Road.
You're right.
We will open this meeting of Thursday, April 10th, 2014. Let the record show that Selectman Scanlon is not here yet. He is on his way. And it sounds like Selectman Jessman is on his way. Yes, we're correct. Okay.
Is the camera on?
Yep.
Oops.
Go away.
Okay. First and foremost, have an announcement. This is a good announcement. You have to bear with me, Mike. Okay. So I have a great announcement, everybody. Listen up. The fourth year in a row,
Oh, yay.
fourth year in a row,
Outstanding.
Tilton resident is a recipient of the Vaughn Award. It was awarded to Emily LaPlante.
Bravo, bravo.
For those that
Very deserving.
For those that do not know what the Vaughn Award, the Vaughn Awards have been presented annually in New Hampshire since 1962 and were initiated in honor of Joseph D. Vaughn, a legislator who advocated on behalf of seniors. The awards are presented each year to one individual or one couple from each county who are age 60 or older. Don't tell your mom. And have demonstrated outstanding leadership and volunteer services to the seniors. So, very, very, very well-deserved. May 5th, 1 o'clock, everyone. May 5th, 1 o'clock, Governor's Council.
Oh, yeah. You betcha.
See if I can make it.
I'm guessing you can. I'm guessing
Yeah.
you better.
There was, this one was a fun one because not only did a lot of people in the community nominate, but seniors themselves nominated, and that really comes from the heart. So that was special. Well-deserved. Congrats, Emily. Okay, approval of minutes, and then we'll go right into Dennis. Minutes
What
of
time
April
is-
3rd.
What time
1
is-
o'clock.
1 o'clock? Thank you. Make a motion, we bring the minutes of April 3rd, 2014 to the floor for discussion.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 First thing is, there's no date on them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
On the front page, there isn't.
There's no date on the front
On the
page.
front page. There is on the rest of it.
First one I've ever seen like
Okay.
that.
I will make sure I put that in. These meeting minutes of 4:3.
On page excuse me, it actually starts on page 1, goes to page 2, talking about the finance director's job description as it pertains to the annual report. I don't know if that was a statement that said before that it was solely the town administrator that did it, but that's not true.
Can you say that again, Catherine? I didn't.
Very bottom of the page, it says finance director's job description. So it says, this Board of Selectmen has had Tim do the town report for the past 6 years. I think the town administrator assisted in that. And then it says, before that, it was solely the town administrator that did it, and that's not true.
I thought you said that, Catherine.
Joyce's responsibility is the town report, and that is in her job description, because what she does is gathers the information necessary to put into the town report.
But this is pre-job description.
Right.
This is,
So you want me
so,
to take out that
more than
sentence?
6 years ago, it wasn't just the town administrator.
Right, it was
basically the
financing.
town clerk. We didn't, before it was Tim, Cindy used to do a lot of it.
I don't remember that.
Yep. During the Alice years,
I did it with her.
you
I
did it? Cindy did. It wasn't just the town administrator, is my point.
I'm the one
Selectmen
that-
So you and Alice did it prior,
I used to take everything, we had a private company do it, and all of the information went into Alice, and then I took everything to the company that did it.
Yeah, Cindy would do some compilation, because she was always trying to win the local government centers, the best town report.
Right, right.
So we just, it really isn't pertinent, it could just be left out.
Okay, that's fine.
But I do think that the town administrator has played a big role in the past 6 years.
so I think,
So just include that in that
include
sentence
that
somewhere.
in,
Yes.
okay?
I got it working. Oh, good.
On the bottom of page 3, Joyce will call Mr. Branch and inform him that they will be sweeping the roads, not his. Gotta love spell check.
What she did.
It says his instead of
Right
him.
at the last sentence on page 3. Him instead of he.
Yes, right.
Okay, he didn't come in, it was an email, a phone call, he called
Okay,
me. He called.
On page 5, is it governing council or governor? Governing.
Governor and council is usually how it's referred to.
Will be signing Gaslight Village
Governor and
contract.
council.
Governor and the executive council, if you want to get real technical.
But my question is it the governing council of Gaslight Village, or is it governor and executive council?
They didn't say that. That's not what it was. There wasn't any executive council in that.
It's the governor and council.
So we need to,
That's who they're waiting to have sign it, right?
Right,
Governor and
the
council.
governor,
which is supposed to be today,
governor's council, so
governor and council.
governor and council.
Yeah.
What it said.
That's how it's usually referred to.
So when Donna comes in, I have to agree. And if they have signed it, then we can go ahead and execute it.
All right.
On page 7, under the discussion of the sergeant's position, it says Sergeant 11. Now,
Two.
that's Sergeant 2, right?
Yes.
It's not entirely clear from the way it's written.
Should be either 2 capital I's to make it a Roman numeral 2, or Sergeant 2.
Regular 2.
Or 2, okay.
Because that looks like an 11.
Yes, it does. I'll fix it.
Thank you.
I'll put them on first. Oh, no, when they say Sergeant 2.
Yeah. Let me know when you put it in your mouth, we'll call you up. Okay,
Make a motion to accept the minutes of April 10th. As corrected.
second. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Dennis. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't, we can wait a minute. So I'm going to do this while you're...
John's not going to have the benefit of this discussion. How come he was scheduled so early?
What we got? We have Lauren and DRA.
I know, but we could
Public hearing.
have done the old business first, you know? The job description.
Do you want me to wait until John gets here at 5?
I do. I don't know about the
We have
rest of
Lauren,
them.
we have Lauren Martin at 4:45 with DRA,
How long?
probably a half hour, because Lauren's going to go into non-public and talk about the cases that she's on. And then we have the public hearing, which we have to open up, which is only a few minutes. So it's either way late or...
Next week.
Nah, I don't want to put him off because he's got things he needs to get settled,
I know.
like the sweeping and stuff.
Well, I guess you tell me what time you'd like to be back.
Catherine's concerned because Joe's not here to hear the benefit of...
John,
John's not here
Joe's
to
here.
hear the benefit of Dennis's report.
we told him we wouldn't
But
do these kind of things.
we would try not to do these kinds of things, but this week and the April 24th are just, we have public hearings, we have...
Yeah, but we could do reports from selectmen, we could do those incidentals, instead of putting them at the bottom, put them at the top.
And then you want Dennis to come in at 7 o'clock at night?
No, he could have come in at 4:45. I'm just saying, you know, 'cause
And then
that's when
when
John
did you
gets
want-
here. I'm just saying, you know,
I understand what you're saying, and I really do appreciate what you're saying. I do, and I make every effort to try to work around that. But Lauren has been here all day. We've made this appointment with her for a couple of weeks now. What does the board want to do? Want to
I hate to
now?
call Dennis in here and then send him away without having him give his report.
Right.
Future reports, maybe we should schedule them later in the time, but this time he's here.
So noted. We'll do that. We'll make a...
That would be my feeling anyway, seeing he's already here.
Al, what's your
Yeah, I
feel?
almost turned him away.
All right.
Let me pass it down.
We'll keep that into consideration.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Catherine.
I'm not trying to do things behind
Right.
John's
I'm not
back,
either.
certainly.
I just,
And you can always watch the the tape to
Yeah,
to
but
get
he
the
just-
benefit
Part of
of
the
it
discussion, he's not
He
part of the
doesn't have the
decision.
input.
in the
Doesn't have-
short term.
Right, he doesn't, right.
And
doesn't
then
have the
future
input.
ones, we would have them
Right.
at 4:45 or 5 o'clock.
Right.
No one should be scheduled before he gets here.
In a minute, you,
Well, how many do we have?
one each. Take one and pass it down.
Yep, you can get one from Claremont.
He's probably gonna go to,
Catherine?
You got a belly dump.
these are extra.
He does Guilford and Laconia. I know, I had a phone.
Catherine, let me get one for Catherine.
He's not gonna be in here for a while. There you go. So,
Okay.
how come you don't have Claremont?
Because he doesn't have a high lift. Which the high lift dump consists of.
You got Catherine's?
Well, I truck it inside, you dumps to do it. You can put in dumps to do it. If you don't have a dump, then once you hopper, the 2-yard hopper is
Thank
full
you.
in the back. Now you
Make sure
gotta-
you leave one for
Now you gotta
John.
go dump it. Okay? And they dump at the highway garage.
Yeah, he's got a belly dump, so he'd have to dump it. So
Right.
what does Laconia and Guilford do?
Most of them higher high lifts.
No, they've got, the Claremont's doing, because I stopped and asked him,
Yeah,
just last week, he was in
Okay.
front of Irwin's.
yeah.
So,
They must have a place in town for him to do it, for dump it.
Okay, sweeping bids.
Okay, sweeping bids.
that's what I was just talking about.
I know.
Claremont's
We all
missing.
wanted to hear the conversation.
Claremont's and Belmont.
What's the matter, Al?
Nothing, we just had a joke going down here, that's all.
okay, all right. This here is the papers that I just handed out to the board was for, this will be for the town road sweeping of winter sand. There's 3 bids here. Mike Rabbit Enterprises, $115 per hour, no travel time. Rules sweeping is $115, no travel. And Avery Sweeping out of North Woodstock is $130, and I would assume there'd be a travel there. What I'd like to have you do is just look at that, and we'll come back to that,
Okay?
okay? Then we have contract here, a sweeping bid here from Rabbit Enterprises, that for the last 5 or 6 years, he has done our patrol sweeping, which is the main street in Tilton. It's generally one day per week. He comes in at 4 in the morning and sweeps. The price is up from last year. Last year, we spent, for patrol, was $135, and this year it's at $155.
How long is this, from May 1st to,
No, generally, Catherine, I started him last year at, he started 1st of July, and he ended the end of October, October 31st. So that's about 16 weeks. But I know there was some discussion on, from the Budget Committee of maybe twice a month instead of 4 times a month. That would cut down the number of weeks that he would be sweeping.
What's your opinion on this? I have my own, but
Well, I think we've put a lot of time and effort into trying to make the Main Street look permissible, okay? The only thing that I could suggest would be, if Mike would do it every other week, let's go for a month, see what it looks like. If it needs, if we can get by with just 2 weeks per month, then we'll continue. If we can't, and the curb lines and stuff like that look bad, then I could have him come back in on a weekly basis.
And that's from tracks to tracks?
That is from tracks that is tracks to the top of Winter Street, where you turn into Winter, and then you come back down. Right. Yeah.
which would get all the riverfront
Debris.
well, not the riverfront debris, but the people that consistently leave their garbage out on a Wednesday and animals get in it. And sometimes it blows away and that picks that up. I wouldn't mind going every other and see how that works out. I do know that the businesses are getting together and they're starting to work together. They've asked if the, I was going to bring it up later, but they asked if the flower barrels could be put out and they would plant flowers in them. And they,
Do all the merchants still have their flower barrels?
Billy has them.
All Billy does, yeah.
And
we don't own those flower barrels. I don't think belong to the Main
the
Street.
Main Street, yeah.
That's got nothing to do with town.
We have the benches and the garbage cans. When do those go?
Well, right now, sweeping the sidewalks.
I saw 'em out there today.
Trying to get the winter sand off of them. I would say, Joe, probably the middle of next week, end of next week. If the island is dried up, then we'll bring the benches over there, put up the picnic tables, and put out the trash cans.
Chances are that's gonna be slow.
I don't know, there's no snow there.
There's no snow there now.
But the water's high, isn't it?
The water is, but yeah.
Yeah, but that wouldn't affect it.
True.
Maybe the low end, maybe, but
The point is that they're trying to get together and really make it clean down there, and they're really trying to work all together. They're also going to work together and put flags back up with, fix the flags that are up there, the Main Street flags that,
Oh,
historic downtown.
looking at Al, going,
banners.
oh boy, oh goody for you. More flags.
the Main Street banners, that they have some replacements that are there, and they could put those up and make them look presentable.
Some of them are pretty worn.
The business, they have a couple extras to replace, and so they wanted to get together and do that. So my point is that they're really concerned with
Appearance of the downstream, downtown, yeah.
I think every other for now would be, what do you think?
I'd say we...
What about we do it, the first, do it every other week in July, see what it looks like for that month,
And then revisit
and
it?
then revisit it, and if we have to, then we'll go on a weekly basis.
I want to know why it is we only clean up the street for these businesses and none of the other businesses in town. They all pay taxes.
I don't view it as a business thing so much as a downtown, core of the town thing.
Okay, so why do we only clean downtown and we don't clean the rest of town?
Well, I would
Why are
say
we
we can't afford
disenfranchising the
to.
rest of the town? We spend money because we're going to beautify this one area? Because people throw their garbage out? They throw it out all over town.
Well, it's not just
Or we can
garbage.
just let it build up.
It's garbage either, it's all the other sand and all that
All the stuff that collects
crap.
on the streets?
Yep,
On all the streets?
yep.
In front of all the businesses in town?
I mean, we could do, we do twice a year for the village, right? In the, do you do it once a year or?
Once a year for the
Once.
winter sand, yes. Yeah.
What areas do you do for the winter sand?
All town roads.
Including Autumn Drive?
If it needs it, yes, we do.
No kidding.
Yes. We go up to Lockmere store, we do that.
You do Route 3? In Lockmere?
No.
So you don't do our sidewalk there?
We do the side, we sweep the
They were up there,
sidewalk.
yeah, they were up there
That's right,
today.
at the winter square market, yes, we do.
So we
you
were
do
up
the
there
whole
today doing
sidewalk
walk
strip.
There's only a sidewalk from where old Jay's was, not Jay's, but the marina,
Right.
to,
It's in Lockmere.
no, Lockmere, the whole strip in Lockmere.
Route 3.
In front of
Bernie's.
Bernie's and
John
Smoky
Bernard's,
Barry's.
yeah.
Yes, we are sweeping that up to the past, what is it, what's the first one, Gaslight? No.
Yeah, gaslight. Yeah.
Fluffy's? Do you go all the way to the corner of
No,
Church?
we do not.
How come?
No, because to me, that's not a sidewalk, Catherine, okay?
Well, there's no,
You know,
there's a sidewalk all the way until you get
Where are you talking about, Catherine?
Lockmill on Route 311.
right.
There's a sidewalk all the way until it kind of becomes part of the parking lot of Fluffy's and Moon's, well, it's not Moon's TV, but you know where I mean.
We do clean
But,
Fluffies all the way down Church Street, River Road, Silver Lake, okay?
so technically, there's a, okay. So you
it's
do
just those-
Lockmere,
Right, so it's just the Route 3 side,
The
Catherine.
room sits, right, yeah,
but you leave out the section that kind of becomes one with the parking lots of Fluffy's and Moon's.
correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it's not defined.
Huh?
It's not defined as a sidewalk.
Well, it is a sidewalk, I mean, it doesn't just end, it just
That's
became,
right.
because it's asphalt, it just became one with the parking lots.
Yeah.
But if you're walking through there, that's where you walk. Do you do River Church, Silver Lake?
Bill Chapman,
Well, Silver Lake Road is a state road. Do you do Brook Road?
we do,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. We do Winter Street. We do Clark, Cody, Campbell,
School?
if it's needed, okay? And all of these roads, if it's needed.
Do you do school?
No, no, we do not, no, no. No. We don't plow school,
I know.
right?
That was a trick question. What do you do? What do you do?
I got right on, didn't I?
You did, good job. What'd you do, what do you do in Winnisquam?
You shop tonight.
Winnisquam, Hill, Chapman, in there, just before the market, where the sidewalk is, we do in there. Then we would come back and grab Lancaster Autumn, Grange,
You do Lancaster Hill Road?
if it needs it, yes, yes. That's a road that we plow, right. Yeah, yeah,
How far up Chapman do you go to Brook? Or do you go up to Philbrook?
all the way up to the end, yeah,
You go to Philbrook?
where the stop sign is.
I was gonna say, isn't that a dirt road?
Perkins, Perkins is to the right,
It's Philbrook Road.
Philbrook.
You go up Chapman, cross the brook, Philbrook.
Right.
But it becomes dirt road right after Frank's, doesn't it?
No, it's asphalt all the way up to the stop sign.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm on the
right
wrong
to stop
road.
sign.
There you are.
Autumn Drive?
No, Frank Dalton's Chapman.
That's a
Oh,
dirt
Frank
road.
Mountain, yeah, we go to the asphalt, excuse me, yes,
It's a dirt road past Frank's.
yes.
I was gonna say.
That's good,
I was like,
yeah, right.
what the hell?
We've been trying to
Sweeping a
clean that
road.
dirt up for the last few years, but it hasn't been working.
We kept insisting, I'm going, and I realized we can't be on the
Keep
same
sweeping
road.
it, but we
Okay.
can't
That
get
speed
down.
cost a lot of money for that one, wouldn't it?
That's a lot of dirt. What do you do, go back and
And
fill in the holes on
and
Hill with
that's
it?
stri- And that's strictly a sand road, so there is a lot there.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Hill must be as well. You
Hill
do
is.
Where are
noise.
you talking about? That
Chapman,
Well, behind
Jay's
Jay's.
Marina.
Jay's Marina, right?
Behind
You do
Jay's.
noise?
we do noise, yes, yes. Mansville, yeah.
When you do Mansville, just go into the intersection?
You do Manville with your teeth, don't you?
All the way in past Captain's
Now,
house.
I wanted to tell you about Mansville School.
No, that's
Remind me
back in the
before you
day.
leave.
Back,
And all of that is done once a year.
Once a year, that is correct, yeah.
So you do class two.
As a motorbike rider, I appreciate it too.
Basically, you're doing plowed roads.
It's very, very dangerous, that sand on the corners.
Yes, yep. Yeah.
Okay.
So, now that we've looked at the proposals and everything, and we've determined our summer Main Street solution, then I would suggest that we would award it to Rabbit Enterprises.
Why if they went up on the one, but you don't have a bid from,
This is for the Main Street one
Just
here.
for the Main
yes, but
Street.
the's no bid from the others for doing
Yes, right
it.
here.
No, there's only one.
So how do we compare it?
Mike does other entities in town. I think he does some for the, for Tanger, okay? Alan Rule, he does a lot of work. I don't think that he would even be interested in it. Okay, this is my own thought. Because once the construction season starts up, all of his brooms go with the construction. And Avery, you would, if you had him, he would be charging.
For the summer, for the Main Street you're
Right,
talking about.
Right. Avery wouldn't come down here for an hour's work. Unless
Right.
you got to travel both ways.
Right.
Right.
I think we should at least make sure that rules, because it's, his spring sweep is the same price as rabbits.
No, definitely, I can check with Alan and see if he would be interested.
I think we should,
Yeah.
and, are you sure that he's not charging us a traveling charge?
No travel.
Okay.
No.
I think we should at least considering this increase.
But we can make a motion to do the Mike Rabbit for the spring cleanup.
Why?
I think we should wait for John.
Let me just give Alan
Thank you.
a call tomorrow, see if he would be interested in the Main Street. If he isn't interested in the Main Street, we could go with Mike Rabbit for both of them. Then I
Are
can get
you
his
going
schedule.
to?
Are you okay with waiting a week for that?
Are you going to call up Mike Rabbit?
We're not going to do it till July,
Tell
the
him-
Main Street.
tell
No,
him
the
we may
cleaning
be
of the-
doing it twice a month instead of every
That's what we're
every
talking
week, just
about
so
right
He
now.
wanted to send them out next week.
There's an opportunity to
One's
change
tied
that.
with the other.
Yeah,
So you're okay with waiting for next week on that, or?
I can. It just means that it's going to be maybe another 2 or 3 weeks out there before we get started.
Is there any, have you ever dealt with Rural before?
Yes,
They do a quality job,
yes, they do.
but they're the same price as Rabbit. And we've been using Rabbit, correct? We did last year anyway.
Last 2 or 3 years, yes, yeah.
I
No
don't see any
problem.
reason to wait to see if Rural is charging us travel time if we've got one that
Because
isn't
Rabbit
at the
is
same
not-
price.
Rabbit is charging us $155 a week to do the summer weekly.
I'm not talking about that summer weekly, I'm talking about the once
But
a
I think
year.
it's one package. I think if you're going to get a bid from a sweeper, they might want the whole job. And if they're only going to get part of the job, maybe the price will change. I know as a contractor, that would make a difference for me if I'm bidding a job. If I'm only going to get part of the job.
But he does know.
He's given us two separate bids, at least Rabbit has, not Rural so much, but the Rabbit guy,
That's what Rabbit sent out because he has done that in the past. He sends one out for the winter sand and one out for the patrol, okay, for the Main Street, okay?
So it's not gonna matter either way.
You don't know what rule's going to say.
I'd as soon not wait weeks to do it.
Right.
And would you want to hire one and then find out rules comes in cheaper and say, okay, we're going to have one do the,
I don't care about the downtown right now, I'm talking about the winter sand.
wow.
As a motorbike rider, waiting a couple weeks just, if one guy goes down in the sand that didn't have to, I think us saving $20 is, I'd soon pay the extra 20 myself. That's just me, but I'm only one vote.
Would you let me call Rule tomorrow and then get in touch with all of you and tell you what he said? Would that be acceptable?
No, we have to be in the selectmen's meeting to
Okay.
make a decision like that.
Okay.
And then we're disenfranchising John from the vote anyway.
Right.
I'm having a decision in it.
Well, he'll be here in a few minutes anyway, so we can,
Hold it over with.
They still open? Are they still open now?
rule.
He's getting ready to sweep other towns.
No, is he open right now? Or is he closed?
Can you make a
If you
phone
call
call
him right
right
now.
now?
Oh. I don't know. Yes. He should be there. I gotta get, I'll give you his number. It's different than this.
It's not on
Oh, it's
here.
not on here.
Because if his downtown price is cheaper,
Fax is on here.
Yeah, but that's no good.
I have a phone book over there under the phone. Unless you've got a cell phone someplace.
you had these things before, Pat?
Where are they?
Mallow cups.
Oh, when I was a kid.
Yeah. I hadn't seen them in
It's right
years.
under the phone.
Thought them, so I bought them.
Not sure what they would be.
Huh?
Now I'm curious. Milk chocolate, whipped cream.
Rule sweeping service. Merit.
Will charge us less if he gets both contracts or whatever. The price is the same. I'm sure he'll do fine on the town sand. Would hate to see somebody crash. Me specifically, but Al or whoever.
Sand is a fact of life when you're riding a motorcycle.
Indeed it is. And yet I'd still rather see it swept. Thought we were gonna do something about a little shade for that window, Al.
Got it coming. 279-7412.
Jump down 900.
Yeah, you gotta
Yep.
push 9.
279.
74,
12.
Nope. You gotta sit down there.
Yeah,
Leave the
sit down
audience
there
right
where-
now for a minute. But you can put your stuff on the table.
we have Dennis before you.
Flip phone, those things are good though. My next phone will be something like that.
Much quicker than a phone book.
You're waiting to see us too as well, right?
I know.
Okay, all right.
Hi, this is Dennis. No, he's not there.
Nobody home?
She signed stuff.
Anything else besides sweeping?
We don't have any more. Just tell
I'm
her
on top. It's trash.
Oh, yes.
to be signed. It's
I want to talk Mansville.
Did you see Lake Mansville?
I saw the
There he
little,
is.
the drain that's sunk in.
Oh, yeah. Sit right down, Joe. Got that hot seat ready for you.
Discussing sweeping.
So John,
Okay,
I think,
these aren't, he doesn't have all the bids.
okay,
John doesn't?
Nope. I have Rules and Avery for the spring
Yeah.
cleanup.
That's sweet.
Is this the spring? So,
This is spring.
this is the spring, and then we need Mike Rabbits for the summer.
so John, we were just,
Oops, right there.
So what this is these are for spring. These are 3 bids to do the spring sweeping. Dennis has them do all the roads that we plow, basically, that are not dirt. This is Mike Rabbit's bid to do the summer cleaning, which is typically every week between July and October 31st. And the selectmen have suggested in July that maybe we'll try doing it every other week instead of every week. I asked Dennis to call Rules in Meredith because they're essentially the same price as Rabbit, but we don't have a bid to do the summer. So that's kind of hanging.
They gotta cut the shade. 4 feet, over 5 feet, so. You get bored, you can deliver.
So the question really on the table is, do we want to wait until next Thursday for him to get that weekly bid from Rules? There is some concern about the sand all over the roads and the hazard it creates for motorcyclists especially.
and there was also discussion on the floor as well for the, should we, because the price went up for this summer, downtown Main Street from 135 to 155, should we go to every other week
This one.
for the month of July and then reassess it, revisit it in a month after that, and see if we can stay with the every other week or stick with the, go back to the once a week?
So Rapids got proposed. Avery only does, they don't have to,
Rabbit gave his weekly because, as I understand it from Dennis, he's used to doing that, and the others didn't. They weren't aware of the summer.
rule, does that include the transportation or?
No travel time.
They took everything away.
No, we send trucks for the job. As they sweep and they're off in the bag gets full, we pull up beside it with that dump truck, we lift it up and we dump it in there. Right, so they don't have to leave the site until the sweeping is all done. There's other people out there that do not have the capability of a high-end dump, okay? And they would have to travel, once the hopper is full, they have to travel down to the garage on Clark Road, dump, go all the way back to the job site for another 2 guys. So that's why I kind of make it that I let people bid that have the idle, and they're rooming 100% of the time, they're not traveling.
Saves hours.
Hours, yeah.
Each time.
Yeah.
So the question on the table is, do we wait until next week so we have bids from the others? Or do we pick somebody to do the spring cleanup? Then worry about the summer later.
And we can deal with the summer next week.
And maybe have 2 different people sweeping.
I would make a motion to accept the bid of Mike Rabbit Enterprises for the spring road cleanup at $115 per hour.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? No discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No. Would you make certain
Abstain.
that it... Yes, thank you.
Reflects the nay vote. Okay, and then you'll get back to us, and then on Thursday we'll do?
I'll have Alan submit us.
Okay.
If you want to. Like,
Mansfield, by the blue house there, the Chase or whatever his name is, around the,
catch basin.
it's sunk in.
I don't think there was a catch basin in his yard. The catch basin's across the street,
Across the street, yeah.
Yes,
by the intersection of,
3M.
yeah. That's sunk?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Cool.
I didn't get to look at it today.
That's odd.
Yeah, that is odd.
I was just there the other day, it wasn't sunk.
I was told last night.
Well, I would, 4 days ago, maybe I was there.
Wailed around it. That's why we get like,
It's off the road, the catch basin's off the road. I'll take a look at it tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
I said I'd take a ride up and take a look at it, but I was late and I couldn't make it.
Yeah, on the way back home, I'll stop in there.
While we're still on street sweeping, what can we do about
Doing a nice job.
Main Street all the way up to, I know past where I am on Main Street in front of the police station, they haven't done it in 2 years. DOT have called over there, they don't do anything.
no, DOT isn't gonna clean up their sand.
We ain't gonna do
How far up do you go on that end?
State road.
We go to Cumberland.
You go to Cumbies, so basically the railroad tracks. Yeah.
You know, in front, you know, the storm drains are backing up. There's pictures of the water actually when a heavy storm was actually coming back out. And nothing's been done in 2 years. And the biggest problem is the people who live on that street. I know, like the one on Morrison Ave, you can't sweep it up and dispose of it yourself because you don't take dirt. And nobody has yards. So,
We suck those drains every year, don't we? No?
We don't do
Main Street.
DOT's drains, those are New Hampshire
No, I thought he was saying it was on Morrison.
Why can't we send a letter to DOT or call District 3 and say, this is the situation and the drains are filling up?
We should.
Why don't we call our representatives?
I know especially like in front of the police station.
You called DOT, right?
I've called them
Recently.
last year. Once he told me that they did do it, but
Did you call District 3 or Concord?
District 3.
So let's call Concord. Let's put in some phone calls or a letter or something, and then call our representatives, Joyce?
Going by way of the Class 2 roads.
I'm not even sure if they clean the catch basin, but I know they didn't sweep.
It couldn't be that difficult for them to clean their catch basins. There's not that much money that it would take out of their budget to do that. Right.
I don't think they cleaned mine last year. I have 2 of them.
What I can do is I can send you a picture of the water coming back out of the
All right, Joyce? John's going to send you a picture of the water coming out of the storm drain?
Yep.
We can make some kind of a letter and send it to District 3, Mark Morrill, copy Concord, and then also send it to Ian and Dennis.
Well, it must be tough for the police cars to get out of the police station when there's a pile of sand at the end of the road and you got to pull out quick.
Rough on the tires, that's for sure. All right.
The next thing is catch basin cleaning. I've got a quote from Field Septic, which I didn't even know that they had a back machine, but they do.
Yeah, I used to run it.
Okay. Berkshire was the individual that did it for us last year. I called him this morning, he was supposed to send me over a proposal, okay? But I haven't got that complete yet. Alan Rule is out of the catch basin service now.
And he did it last year, right?
He did it last year, right. So it's getting
From a
out of-
security bond.
And I called Belmore, which is the person, the company that bought it. And they will get back to me with a proposal. Other than those 3, I really don't know anybody else, to be honest with you. No,
What does Northfield have?
Belmore. But the catch basins can wait until another, you know, I don't get into that until probably June, July.
Okay.
But I'm just telling you, the situation I'm in with 3 bids, getting 3 bids, it's tight.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who really does it either.
Next thing is, we're getting prices on new backhoes. I've got 3 companies, a CAT, JCB, and a John Deere. Wrote up some specs for them to go by. They're gonna bring up 410 John Deere to us tomorrow morning. We can keep it for until Wednesday, the following week. Use, try it, see how we like it, and the other 2 will be bringing up machine first to try too.
Do you get that
Nice.
through Mike Robinson's outfit?
Yes.
I'm driving my yard.
You can try the 410.
Bring it right up.
Yeah. But that will be, once I get all of them, then I'll come to the board and tell you what that helps. Next thing is road projects that we're gonna be doing 2014 is Academy, Spruce, and Ash. I sent out the information I sent out the proposals, I gave the proposals to the three outside departments in town, sewer, water, and gas. Asked for their response by the end of March, if they had any work that they wanted to be done at that time. I got one response from the water company and nothing from the sewer or Liberty Utility.
Does the water want to do anything?
Yes, they do, yes. And John is giving me a scope of work, roughly of what he wants to do, how long it will take, and we'll work together and, you know.
When did you send it to sewer?
Sewer was,
Because they meet the third Tuesday. Will they meet next week?
So it would have been last Tuesday of the month, in March.
They meet every third Tuesday.
It'll be next week.
Oh.
Yeah, but this is April.
Right, we just had the second
3-3.
Tuesday of April. So they would have gone.
and Joanne actually was 2/27.
Oh,
Yeah,
so they would have gotten in
they
time.
would have got it, yeah.
Joyce, can you follow through with Joanna and ask her about the road projects of the sewer commissioners?
So she still hasn't responded.
No, she has not.
Well, have the commissioners met since she gave her the letter?
They had a special meeting last Friday. Was it last Friday?
They did?
And they met their regular third Tuesday of March.
Okay.
And
They met
Dennis sent
twice.
it out on plenty of time for them to get it that third Tuesday.
Yeah.
So they met twice, they should have planned on thinking about it.
Do we have a copy of the RFP you sent out for those bids?
Who do you know? I can give you one. I'll give you a copy of one.
I'm sure Joyce would love to have one.
I don't have a copy of it. We don't have a copy of it. I
You
can
have
copy,
one?
no.
She said Joyce would love to have one.
Oh, I would, yes.
I would too, Joe.
Yeah, like this is like,
Here, can I copy it for you?
I can copy it right now.
Me too.
Oh, just right there.
We're gonna turn the water back on Riverfront April 23rd.
Open the bathrooms?
Open bathrooms, got new paper towel and dispensers up. They all set to go.
Catherine, will you let Granite State know that the bathrooms will be opened at Riverfront on the 23rd?
Chocolate's gonna melt into a puddle.
Wow. I gotta start remembering to go over and look, if we find the hydrants open. So when we turn the water on, to use it on the spigot at the pavilion?
Hydrants over there.
Oh, when you turn the water on, then they go,
Yeah, so we turn it on to use it at the spigot at the pavilion on the backside. And if you aren't savvy, when you walk out when you're done, you go, wow, where'd all this water come from? I'll have to just start checking hydrants.
anything more?
Other than, I'd just like to make the announcement that we're having our annual spring cleanup,
Oh, yeah.
April 30th, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And while we mention that, I think Catherine has some questions, so that's all I really have.
I do, let's talk.
Hey,
What is it, TVs and refrigerators?
no,
TVs,
TV,
TVs. Do you take refrigerators?
computers.
we do.
TVs and computers, I've forgotten what I was asked about. I
What we
told,
accept at spring is all recycling, construction demo material, appliances, metal, and tires. That's spring.
can you explain to the board why we don't take those items during spring cleanup, but we do take them for a fee before and after?
The main reason we do not take them at spring cleanup, okay, is because, first of all, we have to store them. If we didn't store them, then we would have to put them in gate loads, which is our big cardboard box, 4x4. We would have 2 transportation costs, okay, to get rid of computers. Last year in the fall, between computers, PCs, monitors, and televisions, we had 22 of those 4x4 boxes full. So that's good.
Now, is that collected throughout the season or just from fall cleanup?
That was just all clean.
22 of those 4x4s?
Yeah.
So approximately how much, do you fear that we would collect as equal amount in spring cleanup?
Because it's free?
Because it's an amnesty?
I do.
What would be the cost of that?
Actually, we paid so much at a time,
Yep.
what it was last year, plus there's a trucking fee included.
But, I mean, the cost is negligent, because if you don't bring them in the spring, you're going to wait and bring them in the fall. Either that or you're going to pay for them, and we're still going to have them.
How much extra are we going to pay if we do it in the spring as well as the fall? Trucking, I'm talking about.
You're gonna,
How much is the trucking?
I don't have that here, Joe, but there is a cost for the trucking.
But that's negligent. I
Well,
mean,
if we took them in the spring and trucked them down and got rid of them, there wouldn't be a storage problem.
Have some candy, little girl.
Yeah, but
That's the biggest thing, is they have to
It's-
be undercover, they have to be placarded of where they're put, of what's there, okay?
Yep.
And they cannot be exposed to the weather.
Right.
We have one 8x20 container that the town owns.
Right.
During the course of the summer, okay? If people do want to get rid of them and don't want to hold on to them until the fall when they're free.
And they
okay,
pay
Then they will pay a fee for the TV.
So if we offered it in the spring and then trucked it away in the spring, how much, I'm saying, how much additional cost would that be to the town? Is it $100, $1,000? What is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't know, I'd have to, before I made a statement, I'd want to see what the trucking would be. And I want to see if the trucking is available.
what's the cost to truck it in the fall?
I don't have that paper with me right now, okay? But I know the service is okay because we go through NNRA.
Yeah.
They set all this up, they have the truckers, okay, and they go from town to town.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if they do that in the spring.
Well, we used
That would be
to,
another thing that I would have to check on.
we used to take them in spring cleanup.
And what year was that?
Well, I've got 2003 and 2002, and I'm not sure, the rest of my file is at home.
Well, I got all the way back to
Don't want it melt.
2003, and from 2003 to present, we don't take them.
No, we took them in 2003, we took appliances, but there's nothing here that says,
There's the thing right there for me, 2003. That's what we took for spring cleanup.
all fees will be waived. Oh, I see, electronic equipment, TVs. I see where it is. I see where it is. It's different on this one. So it must have been 2003 that we started not taking it for some reason.
I don't think, Catherine, that we've ever taken since we moved down there, okay?
Did you want to see that? 2003?
Was I when?
Did you want to see that, 2003?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Don't want to leave you out.
I just hate to pay
You can turn
double.
them into trash easily,
I just hate to pay double
but
trucking costs if we don't have to. We do take them for free once a year.
If it's storage, if it's a storage issue, and that's the reason why we can't take them in the spring, then it presents a problem. Do we have that many requests of people that are wanting to have it in the spring?
I've
Is
had
that what-
people call me, and I've had people, of course, I gave a few people my theory on how to get rid of them if they
Well,
can't.
another
Completely legal.
good item is Best Way is open, okay?
I've told them that, but there's a fee.
There's a fee at Best Buy, there's a fee at Best
Right, but
Way.
and then what they're saying
There
to
are
me
places
is that
that'll
the
take it.
idea of having Amnesty Week in the spring and the fall is so that they can get rid of these things. I've only found 2. You picked up the one by Wendy's, but that was in the winter.
Yeah, that was in a
And then there
snowbank.
was the one that was thrown down by the river, but that had been there for a while. But, no, I've just had people calling me that, want to get rid of these things, and
How much is it to get rid of a television set, Dennis?
$10.
$10.
what is a
I
computer
just got rid
monitor?
of one.
Was a computer monitor 10 too?
In Best Ways, they go by the size of the TV of what you pay.
However, a refrigerator is $20,
And you gotta take the door off, right?
and if you have one of
that
these
in the
little
spring,
tiny
don't
dorm ones, it's still $20, because it's a refrigerator.
They got Freon inside of them, and you don't,
I know.
that's the problem.
Well,
Be pumped out.
excuse me, but the reason why I brought it in is because there wasn't any Freon in it.
Oh, how did that happen?
Ask Kim.
So you can turn a TV and a computer screen into garbage.
Yes, you can.
You just need a backyard and a sledgehammer. It becomes garbage.
Right.
But
I wouldn't suggest that to anybody.
why not?
Why not? Why do you think
Because we're
that?
in the recycling business here.
Do we take mercury down there? You know anybody that takes the mercury bulbs and turns them into, they put those in the garbage? I don't buy mercury bulbs for that reason.
We take fluorescent, that has this weight.
So,
Does anybody sell mercury bulbs anymore? I
Fluorescent
mean,
bulbs,
in the day, yeah.
fluorescent bulbs are hazardous waste.
Which that's in July, the end of July. We have a collection for all the houses.
Okay, well, let's move on. What do you,
will you check into that trucking?
I will, yes.
you're going to get back to us on what the answers on that, all right? Okay,
Excellent.
wonderful.
Beautiful.
How we doing? Is that it?
Well, doing good, that's all.
Anybody got any more questions for,
How is Hill Road?
Water's good.
almost out of here?
Those sumps working?
It was damp in that area this morning, but there was no standing water.
Not yet, but I'm sure I will.
You will.
Was that, who pumped that out?
Yeah.
Frank did?
How much did that cost us?
468. But took out 8,500 gallons of water.
Where'd he put it?
Over to his house. Pretty water. Yeah. 'Cause we had nowhere to put it.
No, we
You
don't.
can't put it on someone else's land.
Nope.
Okay? And to go from Gus's all the way around the corner to get it into the brook, we were looking at probably 700 or 800 feet of hose, okay? And, I went over and talked to Frank, he says, yeah, I got a pump, a big 2,000 gallon tank. I come right over, and the first load we took out of Gus's, then it started going back in.
Yeah, he's got a good field, he can
Yeah.
spread it out over.
Yeah, so it was definitely worth it, you know? We had to get rid of it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming in.
Dennis?
You're going to get back to us on the cleaning and the sweeping and the
Yes.
recycling.
Yeah.
And you're going to check on Mansville.
Right, yeah.
The RFP for your road project, would you send out to get your bids? This isn't it. This is the letter to Joanna. What about the bid paper? The paper you used to get your bids?
Scope of work that I want.
Request for proposals.
Yeah.
That's the copy I wanted.
I haven't sent them out yet.
Oh, okay. Will you make sure that Joyce gets a copy of it?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, you're up. Lionel? Pull another chair up,
Grab a mic. Grab a mic.
grab a mic. Would you like some chocolate?
I just stole a couple pieces.
Well, have some more.
Thinking if I have to wait, I have to eat chocolate, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I put together, I had email, did I bring them all? I gave, you and Catherine had yours. Okay. I should have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
You just give them to him, we'll pass them
Have you met John?
I haven't.
John Scanlon, this is Lauren Martin,
Hi, Lauren Martin.
and Lionel McEachran from DRA.
So I just wanted to give you an update on the update, and Lionel had contacted me actually after we already had this scheduled to do our pre-review, and since we're almost done with the job, it probably was a good idea to get in here and talk with you. So what I put together was just a packet of miscellaneous information, but I started at the top with looking at the most recent sales transactions to see how we were before we started the update, which was, there was only 9 sales since October, because I only went through, I think, January. Actually, there was one March sale that I think we had in there, a mobile home that we were able to. So for the most part, this was only a couple months of sales, but it was the most recent sales transactions that indicated we were at about 106.7% of market value. The COD was still pretty good at 7.5, and what that COD means is kind of like the bullseye on a target, and we want to look at that, and you're looking at sales prices and how they're dispersed from that center point on a target. Anything in a rural community, really, that's under 20 is a good COD. In a homogeneous type community, anything under 10 would be a really good COD. So the COD was still good. The PRD at 1.12 was indicating we were treating low-end properties differently than high-end properties. That was largely due to manufactured housing, which we knew has been a problem for the past couple of years. Our statistics have shown that, by and large, while the residential market was holding right around the 100%, the mobile homes had gone kind of in the toilet, so to speak. So we've known that for the past couple of years. I think Mr. Hamilton came in from DRA last year, or called about that, was concerned about the mobile home values as well, but we knew we were doing the update this year, so we weren't as concerned. So what I did is I printed off then all the tables also before the update. So it says right on the packet, before update changes. Those were all your tables, your land model, your base building codes, your feature codes, everything as it was prior to touching anything in the model. So after all of those codes, you'll see some spreadsheets, and that's where I start analyzing sales. And by and large, I didn't really see too many changes with regard to land values as a whole. You know, they're still hovering right around, you know, the $50-ish thousand range for a vacant lot. So land values, by and large, weren't seeing a big change. And I wanted to see what the building values were too previous with me. Right, and our building square foot cost, I think, is exactly the same. So our residential properties, they'll see a slight change because of the model on the land. The values are slightly different on the land, so they may be a slight change. But by and large, I think if I'm just talking in generalities, residential property as a whole stayed largely the same or came down slightly. We saw a decline overall in mobile homes and multifamily properties. Commercial, by and large, commercial property. Is that your phone?
No, it's Sue.
Oh. Commercial properties, by and large, stayed roughly the same as well, so we didn't see too many changes there. But what I did is I did print off where I am with the new model. The base waterfront value is down. Our base waterfront value before was at $250,000, and our base waterfront value right now is at $185,000.
That because of sales?
Right.
That's
Right.
quite a jump.
That is. And some are still up there value-wise, but the base itself, after accounting for averages and getting it back to just what that average value is. So there'll still be some that are above that for their site-specific characteristics, but, and then at the end of that packet, what I did is I put in 2 sales analyses. So back to 10/1/2012, because 9 sales is not enough to determine if the market is good, bad, or otherwise. So I go back after I've calibrated the model and look at those 58 sales, and we're at 99.7 for a median. Our COD has dropped to 5.2, and our PRD is 1. And that's largely because we brought those other properties, like those manufacturers and multifamilies, back in line with everything else. And then as kind of a sanity check to look at those same 9 sales, the last page in the packet are those same 9 sales. So you can see we went from the 1.067 to .987, a COD of 2.9, and a PRD of 1. I'm not done with the update by any stretch of the imagination, but I am pretty confident that we're 99% there. So I still have some testing that I'm working on, and I still have some commercial properties I need to update, as well as the Tilton School properties, because those are the ones,
Oh, fun.
yeah, those properties that were mixed use, where there's part exempt, part taxable. I have to update those manually, each of those cards, because they have I value that whole property for the school, say, whichever property that's a mixed use, and we had determined a percentage of exemption, so that I have to reassess that percent to figure out what portion of the value is taxable and what portion is exempt. So I still have that to do. And like I said, commercial, I still have cell towers that I'm valuing right now that I haven't finalized yet. So I don't have final numbers yet, but I'm real close. We're looking to send notices out probably first week of May, which would start the process for people to call and set up an appointment to discuss their value through the informal hearing process. And hopefully we get some more sales that we can test the model too. So I put in probably, there was a couple more foreclosures, but there was probably another half dozen sales that I entered today, so that I'll test, when I take those back to my office, I'll be able to test those new sales against the model to see how good we are. 'Cause that's, what that informal process is for, just to see where we are. Lionel's probably got some questions there too, and while we have him, before I need to talk to you about, I have a couple court things that I need to update you on. We can probably, while we have Lionel here, go over some of those things procedurally and the monitoring process of that, so that you're up to speed with all of that. But you should go.
My name's Lionel McEachran. I'm with the Community and Property Division of the Department of Revenue. And part of what I wanted to talk to you about is our monitoring process that we do for all communities in the state. And one of the things we do is we take a sample of the sales that Lauren has looked at to determine the new values. And we go out and we knock on doors and we drag a tape, and we do try to make an entry, but we really don't leave any notes on the door to request a callback. But if somebody's home, we try to get inside, and we just basically are auditing the data, making sure that what Lauren is using to generate values is indeed reasonably accurate. And before I go out to any of these properties, we send them a postcard. That way the property owner knows we're coming, and it does give them the option to call us and say, I appreciate what you're doing, but I'd rather you not come to my house. So we give them that option. Other than that, we march forward and go and do our thing. And in all the properties that we look at, we list on a paper called the PA 45, and it has various elements of improved property. And if indeed I find a house is 28 by 36 and it's on the data card as 28 by 34, I will indicate that on the card, and upon completion, I'll send it to Warren or Avatar Associates for their review. And Warren never misses a beat. She'll get somebody out there almost the next day, and she'll review it again. And if indeed I made a mistake, which is possible, we're all human, we have some feedback before we send the final report. The VRA sends the final report to the Board of Selectmen here. And then it becomes a matter of, your record. And also, one of the other things that we tend to check the overall comprehension of the revaluation is the use path report that Lauren will be submitting at the end of the job, and which will provide the town a copy and us a copy. And we have a standard checklist that we use to go through all the various aspects of completing a revaluation, from data collection to analysis to reconciliation and final values. And we just make sure that all the steps are taken and it indeed makes sense based on Standard 6 of the USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice Guidelines. So there is a lot of work that we do behind the scenes almost, to some respect, to make sure that all the revaluations in the state are done reasonably professionally. And just to go to the side a little bit, this is also your 5-year cycle for the assessment review. So you're going to see my State of New Hampshire car in town quite a bit probably this summer and fall. This is when I come in and check the credits and exemptions, and Lauren has already informed me that she's already in the process of requalifying people that receive an exemption and requalifying veterans credits. So everything seems to be going pretty well, but I will be pulling a sample from all these issues and reviewing them here in the office. And I also, for assessment review, I'll also be taking another selection of properties for data accuracy, where I'll be going out and doing the same thing, similar to what I was doing with the sales, making sure that all the data elements are indeed reasonably accurate. So that's what I wanted to convey to the Board of Selectmen today, in conjunction with Lauren's discussion of her work.
So, do you give us a report at the end, or will you, anything that jumps out at you, you'll let us know immediately? How does that work?
Yeah. When I'm reviewing property, I'll fill out the PA 45 sheet, and that'll go to Lauren first, and then it'll be sent to the Board of Selectmen. So you'll know what transpired.
On each property?
Yes.
Okay.
And then as far as, if I could interject, as far as the USPAP report, because that gets done at the end of the job, Lionel's reporting on that usually comes sometimes later, because they're looking also at the statistical portion of that to make sure that we met those standards, that our median ratio falls between 90 and 110, that our COD parameters meet this, thank you, that our PRD is between .98 and 1.03. So he'll be checking all of that, and because that work gets done by the Equalization Department at the State of New Hampshire, he'll wait till he gets that, so that our report comes when we're done with the job. We turn that all over to you, so that the average taxpayer can look at that, understand what the codes mean, understand how we arrived at values, look at sales, compare views, just like the old manual, a little bit improved from 5 years ago, but the same basic idea, so that it'll be kind of the map to what we did. But because he has to wait for that statistical portion to see how that final test did, you'll kind of get the report card on how the whole job went sometime, usually early the next year. So we'll turn it over for your values, and then that'll come out usually, they're getting a little bit earlier with ratios, so, maybe February or March-ish.
Could
Is
very
that,
well,
maybe?
maybe late April. Because we are low on stuff.
Behind, yeah.
But, yeah, so you'll get a report on the USPAP report, and as well as the revaluation itself. So yes, you will get something.
The card you send out to our residents, is it very clear in there what you're doing? Because a lot of people will get a card from DRA that they're coming to their house and they're going to go, oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, I didn't bring a copy of it with me, but we've been doing it now for probably 4 years, and I think we have perfected a little bit. Most of the time, it is understandable, and I don't think we haven't had too many complaints about it. But, I mean, if you're concerned, I can get a card to you if you're going to look it over. It's up to you.
Joyce?
Joyce, send it to Joyce.
Okay.
That'd be great.
One thing we did this year, Lionel, our 2009 reval was the first year that we did it. And then now we're doing it 2014, is we were able to have some time to send out a letter to all of the residents, just as a community service, trying to make it better, explain the process better. And so far, the only calls I've received are some of the letters went out, envelopes went out, and the letter wasn't in it. So they were quick to call. I think I've had 3. And so what I've learned to do is when I'm running things through the postage machine, I should not be talking to people. Because I checked them all, and some went through without postage. It came back, and I thought I checked them all. But those were the only calls we got with people that said, there wasn't anything in the envelope.
Good, that's good.
That's a test, you passed.
And there weren't that many that were returned either. So it was about 2,100. And I think we've got maybe 20 that have come back.
How about those people who didn't get one?
Those people that didn't get one,
I didn't get a letter.
you did today.
Okay, I don't know about today.
I saved 48 cents.
Excellent.
It's in his packet.
Anybody here,
It's in his packet.
Oh, that's
put it in your
priceless.
packet.
Oh, I didn't see mine.
So you get your letters, that's funny. She saved the...
Well, I really like that.
Yours should be in there too.
That's great.
That's a block grant. Oh, that's what this is. That's what this
That
is.
was, everybody got that.
Have your name on it.
This is Tilton property owners,
So you saved us several dollars. Excellent.
signed by us,
Yeah,
right? This is it?
Well,
so, and, so it is, it's a whole education process. So, and I think this also.
Yep. Yep.
Well, it opened, I think people are, open their doors more easily. They completely understand. And I
They
think
don't
it'll-
all understand. but it
No,
does help.
but there's some that they're, no matter what we do or say, there's no way.
Yeah, well, Catherine brought one to me today, which was funny, and he called, and he doesn't understand why he's got to let us in again, and I don't think the letter said anything about an inspection right now, because we're done that process, and, well, he told Catherine that we were just in last year, and she goes, no, the card says they were in 2011. No, it was last year. Well, I don't know why they need to come in again, and I'm like, well, that's not what the letter said. It was just an update about the update. We don't need to come in.
And it says that you're going to be getting another letter, and then another letter after that.
Right, right. So hopefully, if they read it thoroughly, they'll understand that, it was a PR informational thing. And then when we send out our notice of new value, which will be in a couple weeks, same letter, I'll make sure you get a copy of that before anything goes out again, but it's the same letter we did 5 years ago. It will give them information on that letter to go on the website to review their assessments online. They can do a sales comparison search on there. They can look up by name, address, or parcel ID. So if they want to make sure that their neighbor, Sam Smith over here, is being assessed, they can look at that. Years ago, we used to just send out the booklet that had everybody's name and a number, and it really didn't give anybody the tools to compare. So now they can look at those assessments online, they can say, my house is similar to this house, and they can do that kind of comparison. Also, a lot, majority of people work, so they don't always get in here to look at their record card to know what they're being assessed for. So the fact that we have that availability online so that they can look at it has helped make the data better too, where we haven't been in every home. Now people are actually able to look at it, at the convenience, at their own convenience at home, and they'll, oh, I'm being assessed for 3 bathrooms. I don't have 3 bathrooms. It may prompt that type of question and have them call and set up an appointment so we can inspect it and make sure the data's accurate. So I think, since the Assessing Standards Board came in, making standards, making the assessing process more transparent, with these additional tools, online availability, things like that, it's helped make it a better process, I think. So people are more informed and understand the process better. I'm going to have to push back. That sun just moved. Can't see anymore. Yeah. I'm like, all of a sudden, it was right in my eye.
On the River Road leases, so you can make those this year?
I am.
Okay.
They're gone.
They're gone.
They're gone.
There's still one.
No,
What do you mean they're gone?
Well, I've got one of
I
them.
know you have one, but you will not be getting a separate bill for it any longer.
Really?
So that'll be effective as of May 1st, or not till December?
Actually,
Not May 1st, but June.
I have to delete them off the system before, actually, you just made a very good point that I have to remember.
So we're not charging them separately for the
Right.
use of the,
State property.
I'm not saying I'm not considering it, but I'm not doing it as a separate thing any longer.
oh, okay, so it might be,
Surprise factor, you can find it.
I love those kind of things.
Yeah.
An improvement.
But now
Buildings
just
that
raise
don't
that question,
exist.
because I did delete them on my live data. So to not cause an issue with your billing, I think I have to delete them out of here for your first billing too, so that we don't have a problem. And it just reminded me of something else, so I have to delete that condo that I talked to you about earlier. I still have to make those cards. Yeah. Is it April already? I'll be back before we do the warrant, right? So I'll make sure that all those are corrected, because otherwise we're going to have kind of a nightmare. Because I corrected it on my end, and if it's not on yours, when I bring it back, it'll show that the first bills don't match, as far as parcel for parcel, they have to match. There's a couple things now, it makes me think, what did I change?
I have a question for you. Is there a percentage of properties that you check? Is that how you do it?
There is, and it's based on a compute, we look at the total properties in town and take a percentage of it. What it is off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's generally 35 or less for the assessment review process, and it's a minimum of 12 for monitoring sales.
And if there's idiosyncrasies in it, you would go back and pick an additional, it's like an AQL.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if you check the percentage and find errors or something that doesn't match in 10 of them or out of 20, does that turn you to check more or?
That could occur, yes. But the only time that, other than unusual conditions where, the data hasn't been checked in years, we very seldom have that problem.
And they monitor annually as
Yeah.
well, so they've been monitoring through the whole process as well,
Right.
rather than just this year.
Because we're doing data verification every year.
Years ago, you could have a situation where somebody hasn't gone door to door in 20 years.
Sure.
And, that presents a real issue. And now, it's always been in the Constitution where a revaluation was supposed to be done values are newer, so every 5 years. Often it wasn't supported on a local level, so. But now with the Assessing Standards Board and the Sorrell decision, that's enforced now. So. And the other thing too, I saw the police officer over here. I just want to make sure that you know that when we come into town to do data inspections, we notify the police department. And also we try to give them a list of properties that we're going to look at. and our particular business card and the kind of car we're driving, just because it always generates calls from somewhere.
It's good, it generates calls. People-
I know it's moving.
It goes right around the room.
And make sure it's equal opportunity.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Lionel?
Oh, just one comment. I'm so glad the assessing standards board finished their document. And as soon as I saw it, I emailed it all to the board. And I printed a few copies. It's 203 pages. It was hard on our copy machine, but I think we're going to try, I've set up an assessing page on our website, so as these things come in, if I can get that on our website so people can review that. It's
The
very
assessing reference manual? Yep.
Great.
Yeah, they just updated that.
helpful.
All right. Everyone, any other question?
I just have one for, when do the new updates, if there are any, go online through the Avatar site?
Well, the new updates for the preliminary values, like I said, we'll mail notices probably the first week of May. We usually do that a couple weeks before I plan to actually start taking phone calls to give people an opportunity, so we would update the website at that point with the preliminary numbers. And then after we finish the informal hearing process, sometimes we uncover good information, we inspect a lot more homes from people coming in. So then before we bring everything back to you, we would then put the final copy up prior to bringing it back.
That's pretty clear that you're looking at the new
It'll-
assessment as opposed to...
Oh, yeah, it'll say, there's a note right on the website when it's preliminary, and it'll put a note that it's preliminary update values. They put it right on next to the town name there when you log on.
What are the percentage of properties that you'll be visiting? Because you're not going to visit them all.
I did visit them all, yeah.
You went to all the properties?
We just did a field review. So what we did is, for the past 4 years, we did the data verification process. So we did a percentage each year. But we just completed the field review where we actually drive parcel to parcel through the entire town. So we just finished that.
So you don't actually get out and walk the property?
No, because we collected all the data previously. So we're not walking the parcels, we're confirming the
So-
information and comparing all the properties to the sale properties.
So there's no opportunity to pick up a mistake that might have been made
A data mistake?
in previous?
Right, no, that would be hopefully what our staff did when they collected the data over the past 4 years.
Or changes that people have made to their homes,
Right,
Right.
interior?
right. Interior, I wouldn't know unless we get inside.
Right.
So it's not a true total reval?
Well,
Because we're not, I mean, we've found mistakes, I mean, we're all human.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, number of properties, there's going to be mistakes.
Yep.
We try to explain that to the property owner.
And whether you do that all in 1 year or over 4, it's still going to be the same. So it is still a full reval, it's just over a number of years, the collection of the data. And then all property values are brought to 100% based on that data.
But again, if you're not looking at the inside, you have no idea what's going on.
Well, once in 4 years, they'll get inside.
Well, that's the hope,
Which
that's
would be
the
the
hope.
same
Absolutely.
thing, that you would wait, 4 years to do a full reval.
They're allowed to
Right,
get
but
in.
this is what people are thinking, this is the full reval that they're paying for. And they expect, a visitor to their home that they're going to walk through. But this is the year, they don't understand that you may have been
Well,
looking at...
I don't remember what your letter
Yeah,
said.
we send out the data verification letter.
I know,
then
I
this
read
is
the
a
letter,
separate-
I'm just telling you about what people have said to me, that they really expect that Avatar's going to visit every single home in the town, that they're going to walk through that home, they're going to walk through the properties.
Right.
No, I don't have the letter on, yeah, it's right here.
I know what the letter says, I'm telling you what people think, because this is the total reval year. They don't understand.
Is the information on the website?
Update.
No, people are, When we envisioned
So it's
it,
not a total valuation.
however many years ago, they walked through every property in town, yada, yada, and that's what people were expecting.
I don't know if I can get away from that. All right.
No, you'd have to
Keep
be in like
leaning
the
back.
second row.
I'm telling you. So the terminology, and
So I'm just looking for something to better explain them, because I understand it, but then for the words to come out of my mouth to make them understand
Right.
it is a different story.
So typically, when you talk about a revaluation, that includes a full measure and list, and all values are brought to market value in one, that's usually within a one-year time span. That would be termed a revaluation, typically. What we've done is data verification, or cyclical revaluation is what the state would term that. And that's the collection of the data over a period of time, and then in that last year, which is this year for us, would be a valuation update to value anew all the properties and keep in line with the state statute and the Constitution to value anew. But it would be a valuation update, not necessarily a revaluation, because we didn't collect the data in this year.
So it's not a total reval.
The letter explains all
Right,
that.
it's accomplishing, right, it's accomplishing the same thing, except the collection, it's when the collection of data occurred. You're right, because it's still a revaluation in the sense that we're revaluating every property to 100% of market value, but we didn't collect it all in 1 year, so it wouldn't be officially called. If you looked at the contract, it doesn't say a revaluation, it says an update.
But
So people that-
visited.
Correct, it's just been over a number of years.
Right, so somebody that may have been visited 2 years ago, made a huge change inside to their property, it's not going to get picked up.
Inside the house or the property?
Inside. I said
Right.
inside the
Only
home.
if they
If they-
did pull a building permit.
Exactly.
Well,
Well, building.
we know everybody pulls building permits.
Well, then there's no problem, Catherine.
Well, and again, that's,
And that's the issue.
well,
Not
no,
everybody gets building permits.
but that's the same issue
don't?
whether you visit them,
No, they don't.
whether you visit them all in
That's
1 year.
against the law.
Or you visit them over 4. It's the same problem.
Right, they're just going to get away with it
It just depends
for a
on when they do it.
maximum of 4 years.
Correct,
That's their
always.
window.
Well,
Right,
if you-
always.
If you recall too, we tried that first year doing a random, because the letter came
Yes.
out saying that we're doing it randomly for
Right.
data verification.
Yes.
So, ooh, they didn't think-
Right, exactly, and we did that the
And then
first
that caused
cycle.
problems.
Right,
So
everybody
then we
was
went back
waiting to be the
then
random
we sent a
pick.
letter saying these, these streets, we're doing.
We're doing it geographically, right.
Area.
So the first cycle we went through did everyone randomly, so you didn't know when we're going to show up. So we could get you and zing you this year, so it would be, and bring that data up to date. And then this time we did it geographically. So, I mean, conceivably, could you have been visited in the first year and then not be visited again for 5 years? Yes.
Can happen.
But we would estimate that information. If people aren't letting you in, we're going to estimate the interior anyway, and we're going to estimate typically high. We don't typically estimate low.
Are you going to estimate based on what was there last year?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
So you're going to make assumptions? If somebody has something unfinished, you're going to make an assumption that it's finished?
Right, I'm not going to assume that an 1890s house has a finished basement. That's a stupid assumption, because
I
it's
agree.
typically a stone foundation, maybe dirt.
I
That's
agree.
not a good assumption. If we went to a 1990s raised ranch, and there's curtains in the lower level, we can't get in, the card says it's an unfinished basement, I'm going to assume it's a finished basement. Absolutely.
Due to the curtains.
Absolutely, and we would note that.
funny,
Or
you
if
read
I
my
see an
mind.
air conditioner up in the attic, now, oh, for goodness sakes, it's following me.
You're gonna assume that.
We're going to assume that the attic is finished.
Which you
or,
should.
know, So we're not going to make crazy assumptions, If you add a second floor to your house, is it reasonable to assume that you've added a couple bedrooms and a bathroom? That's a reasonable assumption. If I assume you've added 4 bathrooms, that's probably not a reasonable assumption.
How will people know?
They're going to get the letter of new value, which will indicate that they should log on and look at the website. That's where all the data is going to be
On the
listed.
website, it's going to be clear enough to them.
It's very user-friendly.
To someone who isn't familiar with those
Yes,
cards.
it's laid out very user-friendly.
They're gonna be able
And it's
to
more
see-
condensed, absolutely.
It's funny, I was thinking unfinished and finished basements, because that's
Yeah.
typically what happens.
Yep, absolutely.
But they have to assume that you're not gonna let them in your house.
That we're going to,
Yeah, but they're not visiting every house.
but we have visited every house. Those assumptions would have been made on that visit.
Yeah, but a
And
house
then-
that you visited 3 years ago that didn't have a finished basement, but it was all clean, concrete, nice new basement, you're not going to know until you visit it again, and you may not visit it this year.
Right, right. And no matter what, that's still going to occur for those people who don't take a building permit.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Tilton is pretty good, they have a good building permit process. Neighbors like to tell on other neighbors, because if I let you in, and my house is accurate, well, I'll be darned if all my neighbors aren't going to be accurate. So, because it's not fair. If you don't let us in and you've done something and your property, your data's not accurate, the neighbor who did let us in, that's being taxed fairly for what they have, is being burdened by the fact that you have been
not paying your
dishonest.
fair share.
Exactly. So we hear a lot of that, actually. And during the informal hearings, when they are comparing that data, and they really are looking at it with a microscope, we hear a lot of that during informal hearings, and we will correct that information based on information from a neighbor, based on MLS listings, based on any resource that I can have, Google Earth, and I look at it all, when I can't tell. Anything that I can get to. There's a lot of online resources now, so if you've listed your property at one time or another, I've looked inside your house. Because I do look at all that data. There's,
Guess she's never looked in my house.
hasn't been listed for sale.
Never.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of tools out there, and that does help.
All right, that helps me to better explain it to people.
And also, just in the normal course of business, when people come in to the land use office or have assessing questions, or, oh, hey, what are you doing? We always make sure, we'll always say, well, do you have a copy of your assessment permit? Oh, no, what's that?
Yep.
And
Yes.
I make sure that they get a copy, and I can just briefly explain and encourage them, our contact assessor's here once a month, her schedule, if you can't come in and meet with her, give me your phone number, when's a good time for her to contact you, she can call you in the evening, and so we will know, call this person at such and such a time. Here's the
It's a
card, this is their
continual,
question.
it's a continual improvement of the process all the time. And the properties do sell, new buyers will let us in where an old owner didn't let us in.
Then you find out stuff she didn't know.
Well, it's, you file an appeal, first thing we request is an inspection, so you file an abatement, first thing I request is inspection, so between all the avenues, that's what we're trying to do, and it's a continual education process to help the taxpayers understand, and I think really over the past 10 years, it really has improved the process, and we do get in, more and more homes because of that. At the end of the day, no one wants to pay taxes, but if you know you're being taxed for only what you have, because we are going to estimate higher, so, the whole idea is if you let me in your house, I don't want your value to go up because you let me in now. So, I'd rather overestimate in the beginning, and then you let me in, and now I correct it, and your value comes down. So that's, again, but it's based on reasonable assumptions, too, so. I'm not putting a finished basement under your house, Catherine.
I wish you would.
Yeah, and then stop at my
I
place.
wish Catherine would mind.
No, then the river would stop running through it.
Yeah.
All right,
I've got water in my basement right now.
we need to move along because we have a public hearing at 6 o'clock and we still have legal to go
Almost.
through.
And I will be brief
I
with
have to
that,
wear
too.
rubber
Okay.
boots just to go to the dryer.
They're just updates.
Okay, so thank you very much for coming in, Lionel, I appreciate
Nice
it.
to meet you. Thank you.
I'm going to be gone from the 22nd.
Okay.
So we need to do that after the 22nd.
Thank you.
Thank you, it was nice to meet you. We'll see more of you.
Yeah, you should, I mean, it's,
Yeah, during this
Okay,
time.
I would like to make a motion to go into non-public as per RSA 91A:3, legal.
Second?
Roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes.
We're ready.
All right. There, we open the public hearing, we'll wait for them to come up.
I'd make a motion that we seal the minutes of the non-public record as it pertains to any legal matters until such matters are resolved, and as it pertains to people's reputations permanently, if indeed that should occur.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry about that, Madam Chairman.
I'm ready to grieve.
She's grieving over that cookie. It is pretty good, though.
Grieving with the
Sugared right out.
boyfriend and selling her house.
This is terrible. You should not have told me this.
Raspberry cheesecake,
Where'd you get that, John?
Subway.
Subway?
Called them and I told them
Subway?
I'd be down at noontime. They did it.
Look at all the people.
Want me in the hot seat?
Uh-huh. Of
Jean,
course.
you want a hot seat?
Sure.
There's a hot one. I'm the Tilton Selectmen.
Okay. All right, the Tilton Board of Selectmen will hold 2 consecutive public hearings on Thursday, April 10th at 6:23 PM at the Tilton Town Hall, 257 Main Street. Community Development Block Grant funds are available to municipalities through the New Hampshire Community Development Finance Authority, up to $500,000 annually. Is available for economic development projects, up to $5,000 for public facilities and housing projects, and up to $350,000 for emergency activities that directly benefit low and moderate income persons. Up to $12,000 per study is available for planning grants. The purpose of the hearings is to receive public comment on the following. 1, a proposed community development block grant application to the Community Development Finance Authority for up to $12,000 in community development block grant planning grant funds. The funds will finance an engineer study of the infrastructure of the Windy Hill Cooperative, a 48-unit manufactured housing park located at 45 Lancaster Hill Road. The majority of the residents are low and moderate income households. 2, in the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan. For persons with special needs, provisions can be made by contacting the Selectman's office. And obviously, nobody has any, so we'll consider the public hearing open. Okay.
Since you nicely read everything, and now I don't have to
Now you don't have to
read
talk.
anything,
There you
although I'm
go.
going to add one thing to it, because you've read almost everything on my script. This project conforms with Tilton's Housing and Community Development Plan's goal of encourage a varied stock of safe, sanitary, decent, and affordable housing for persons of all age and income groups, which is a short-term and a long-term goal, and encourage municipal and private water and wastewater systems that are safe, sanitary, and meet DES regulations, which is a short-term and long-term goal. In other words, we're working on, the study is, another goal that's in your Housing and Community Development Plan that we adopted that a few months ago. Same one that's been adopted time and time again. We don't have to adopt it today because it was less than 3 years ago.
Okay.
Do the selectmen have any questions on the proposed project?
We do not.
This is to put a sewer in Gaslight Village, right?
This is just a study. This isn't, it's to look
Well,
at all
it's toward that end, sewer and water.
This is actually the Windy Hill Housing Cooperative. This is a
okay.
different.
Okay, I'm in a time warp. Never mind.
Some days, we're good, we're good.
Okay, all right.
It's to
It's a
look at all of...
feasibility study, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just a study. We're just looking at the infrastructure, seeing what's going on over there, what needs some work.
Is it limited to just sewer and water, or just utilities? Is it
It
We'll
actually,
look at
going to be
electrical
roads,
and
drainage?
drainage, roadway. It looks at the whole infrastructure in the park. and
Nice.
Assesses how it's all going and gives them an idea of what needs fixing and what's in good shape.
My apologies.
I'm looking for the
I
sign.
know where you're at.
So we can get everyone's,
It's right there. Very good.
did everybody sign?
Not yet. None of us did.
There's a clean page in the back.
Do you want to ask the public if they have any comments?
Does the public have any questions?
None.
Good thing.
Couldn't you just make up one?
Thank you, public. There you go.
And I guess if you're done with that public
If
hearing, we'll
there's-
open the next one.
We have to close the first one, don't we?
Yep.
Seeing as there's no questions on the first part of the public hearing, we'll close that public hearing.
Perfect.
Second public hearing.
The second public hearing is a funny one. It's the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan, which is kind of odd because we're not displacing, we're doing a paperwork study, you know, we're not displacing anybody, but we have to adopt the residential anti-displacement plan every time we ask for CDBG funds. And it just says that if we undertake our CDBG project, one that does displace or relocate anybody, that will follow the Uniform Relocation Act. So we're saying, yes, we would, but we're not doing that. So we have to adopt it again. We adopt it every single time we ask for
This is the
funding.
part I don't like.
Adopting odd things like that.
No, the relocation plan, I mean,
That's if a CDBG project,
right.
not
but-
anything else you're doing, okay? And if we do a project that does have some relocation, which would be extremely rare, we would build a budget into the project and have it funded through the project.
I'd
But
say
it's-
no.
It's
I'd
so
vote
rare.
no.
But you know, it's so rare that we ever do projects that relocate. It's extremely rare.
That would be tearing down an existing.
It could be something
And
like that.
putting
and we're not
something more
gonna do
modern in
that.
its place.
Yeah, we're not going to do that kind of stuff.
It's
They
been
wouldn't let us
proposed.
do it. Oh. Well, it's rare for us to do stuff
So
like
you
that. It's
need a
rare
mo-
for CDBG to fund that stuff.
You need a motion from us to
Well,
adopt.
do you have any questions on anti-displacement? Want to ask those guys?
Does the public have any questions on
Oh,
anti-displacement?
busy.
I'm looking at Facebook.
If it's not on Facebook,
She
she
admits
doesn't know. Okay, now there are a couple motions on the, if you can do those motions. Oops, I have all the handouts. I put the wrong one.
You must have shut me out.
Yeah, we shut you off because you're not paying attention. You're the public, remember, you're representing the whole public.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Okay, make a motion to adopt the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan and approve the submittal of the application and vote to authorize the chairman, Board of I can't make this motion to authorize the chairman. I am the chairman.
Selectmen vote to adopt the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan. Selectmen vote to approve the submittal of the, we don't have a
Can
copy,
you do-
we don't have a copy of the plan, though. Selectmen vote to approve, we don't have a copy of the residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan, do we?
Yeah, it's in your script.
And Joyce has it, too.
Selectmen vote to approve the submittal of the application and vote to authorize the chairman, Board of Selectmen.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Can you do two different motions, though? Can you make a motion to adopt the anti-displacement and relocation assistance?
Oh, you want to make these two separate?
Yes, please.
Do we have a copy of that
Catherine,
thing that
you
we're
got
approving?
First motion,
One is the,
Can I see it?
I'll second the first one. You've already said it.
Can I actually see it?
so,
I read quick.
first motion, Selectmen vote to adopt the residential anti-displacement relocation assistance plan. That's my motion. Need a
second it.
Discussion. I'd like to read the plan.
Well, give me,
Is there another copy of that plan?
Yep, you can have that one, and it's a...
Sorry? She said.
We have a copy of the motions, Catherine.
Joyce, probably like last Wednesday, maybe?
I've got the subrecipient of Code of Ethics, Fair Housing. Here's something that says some CDBG things,
Keep going.
which is the personnel policies. Some more CDBG things.
Yeah, don't you like all that? I was harassing you.
No, those are all the things I sent you.
Can you get a copy?
This is the consultant agreement. And the rest
We can
is
make
for
copies.
public hearing, right here.
That one.
April 7th, it was sent.
No discussion?
No discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion number 2. Selectmen vote to approve the submittal of the application and vote to authorize the chairman. Is that supposed to say chairman of the Board of Selectmen?
What's it say?
It just says chairman, comma.
Board of Selectmen would be good, yeah.
Who do you want to sign this?
Chairman of the
All
board.
of us, or just the chairman?
Well, I know that you guys all like to sign, but unfortunately, and on most things, that's
Okay, this is a
fine.
document for one signature.
Yeah, that has to be
All
the
right, I got it.
chairman. I'm sorry, I know that you guys
No, that's
don't
okay.
like that.
Selectmen vote to approve the submittal of the application, vote to ask the chairman of the Board of Selectmen to sign and submit the application, and upon approval of the CDBG application, authorize the chairman of the Board of Selectmen to execute any documents which may be necessary to effectuate the CDBG contract.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, doesn't the Board of Selectmen like to sign that? All of us?
Well, this is asking us to subrogate our authority to the chairman.
And in times we do, in times we do that, but
And I try to
know
give you
that.
everything that you can all sign, but
Well, let's take the
Well, it
vote
does have
before you
Board of
sign it.
Selectmen in there.
Yeah, but it doesn't say of
it's
the.
over here.
I call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain?
Did you want to sign things now? Is that all right?
Sharpen your pen.
This is a HUD disclosure form that says none of you guys have any financial interest in Windy Hill, correct?
Oh, I just added because it didn't say
Think back
Papa. She's got comma, so it looked like both.
I would know if I did.
Okay, thank you.
So that's only happened once, and it was a beer company that the board had stock in. This is, it's an environmental exempt form because feasibility studies or planning studies are exempt, so it just talks about it being exempt from NEPA because it's a study, an engineering study. That's because I overloaded you. I gave you too many things last week. That, and I should have said, okay, pay attention to this one. That's the anti-displacement.
And I forward this all to the board.
Right here.
No, it's okay, you're good.
One more.
So there's a lot here.
And then that is the application, and I'll notarize it, just sign up here. And Catherine, I'll send you a copy of everything, okay? And just so you know, in theory, the other contract went to Governor and Council yesterday and was approved. Nobody told me it wasn't, and it was on the agenda, so we will be signing contracts on that one
Yay.
now. That one took a little while, but whatever, we're getting there.
Did you get a chance to get that one revision?
Well, I didn't want to give it to you until
After Governor Council
Yeah,
had
so you'll
approved
get
it?
it.
All right, and then you sent me the consultant
But I
contract.
dated that one.
You dated that? Well, I have a blank page, mine isn't signed.
There was another attachment that was dated today, but the front page was dated for after, it was dated for today.
It was dated, oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured I could do that on something I was signing, but I can do it on something everybody else was signing. Okay.
So I'll just have to wait until CDBG
I'll get it
sends
to
me.
you. No, I will send it to you tomorrow with the revisions or on Monday. And then it's okay to sign it. Just don't want to circulate anything until the timing is correct. Thank you so much.
So we can close the public hearing, right?
Yeah, we did that already.
All right, officially close the public hearing.
Second.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks, appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
22nd, so if there's anything,
Remember we take bribes.
we're all set for...
Be nice for them if they can get that.
Is Tim ready for us?
Joyce said he went home sick.
Really? So,
Now, one of the things they want is they wanted them...
Came to see me?
Awesome. Just saying.
she brought a baby. Oh,
One last
I
thing.
saw her the other day at the market.
Just saying.
did you see the baby?
No, she was working.
See the picture?
New business?
She was working.
Oh, adorable.
I got the best picture of it.
Show her.
I go into the market, Laconia, just to see her.
All right, so Tim's not
All right.
here. Then we want
New business.
cleaning bids we're not doing until next week because there's an issue. We opened them and there's questions on them, so they're going to get the questions answered.
Okay.
John, they're going to get the questions answered on the cleaning bids, and then next week, we'll have, Joyce is going to talk on 16,
We have whole business.
the 16 Prospect. Joyce is going to do that under her agenda.
Prospect Street?
Chief, you ready for us?
And I'll get copies of those.
I don't have
You can send them to me tomorrow.
35 minutes ahead of schedule. Schedule. Schedule.
I stopped in there just to see if she's there. She hadn't been here the other day when I stopped in.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Yeah, good evening, Chief.
Good evening, something. It's all relative to me.
Yeah, but-
Afternoon, morning, day, night, don't matter.
It's either light
We
or
got to
not
wake them up
light.
every once in a while. We got to wake you up every once in a while.
Yeah, you better.
No, we took one off the road. Is that one that we got billed for the inspection? One of the cars failed inspection, right?
That's off the road completely.
They're taking pieces off it.
The 6A is totally off. Is it the 6A? I haven't seen that yet, John, so I don't know.
The catalytic converter is off it, they put it on another car, they took a headlight off. and-
State inspection.
Failed.
So they took parts from it and put it on
No,
other
this one
parts.
didn't fail. This looks like the 10 was inspected.
Just gonna say she'll probably pee out.
That's an 06 that says inspected, that's a charge beside it.
You can actually look in further and see the work.
Did you find the invoice?
The 6A had a whole list of
Does
issues.
he have a thing, like a list of it? Because, I mean, we have a lot of vehicles that fail, but we don't take them off the road, and I just...
We could get that, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, they do give
Because,
us,
they give something from the state inspection.
Right.
Make sure that it's...
The 6A is the one that's going to be replaced with the Cruiser. That's non-inspectable.
what I can do, John, is...
What you,
Well, this one failed simply because it needs a tire and a brake pad. Yeah. That's nothing. That shouldn't have taken
so
it off
that's
the
not
road.
off, so
This
that's
is a
not
two-
going to be, that's not going to be the 6A then,
It's a 2006. I don't know if it's an A, B, or what.
at the 6B.
Yeah.
His plate numbers on it.
The
License number 1224.
captain keeps all those sheets that say what each one, so I can get those.
Bills for right rear tire and inner brake pad.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
So they
Recommend
repair that
replacing
and put
rear
it back on
tires
the
and front
road.
pads with machine. That's nothing.
Yeah, that's, they'll repair that and then go. But they have to say it failed, and then that's what they have to do, the
Right.
work that they have to do to put it back on the road.
Sure, yeah, I understand. I just want to know what was so catastrophe that it could not be repaired, and had to be taken off the road.
Oh, the catalytic, what was the 6A, the one that they,
The one that he's tearing up, he said he couldn't inspect it. Why? I didn't delve into it, we should have asked Dennis when he was here.
ask the,
Because
Have
there's
to
so
get a
much
list.
rust on the frame. He doesn't
Right.
usually condemn them just because they
he
need
couldn't
maintenance.
repair it.
It came up
The
to somebody, why did we retire a car?
The highway
Failed.
department failed it because it was astronomical. What needed to be fixed on it was more than what the cost of the car was, of the value of the car. And to repair it, when we knew we're coming into another cruiser, we weren't willing to put the money in, it was a,
Yeah, a lot. It's like
$1,500
putting good money after bad.
right, and then it
Yeah.
was only for a few
What
months.
If we're going to have a public hearing and they're going to ask why we need to replace them, we
Right.
can't just tell...
We should get that
the public,
information
get
for that.
Detailed information, what was wrong.
Right.
The frame was rotted out in 6 places.
I'm sure that Public Works can generate that report.
Yeah, we can get that.
Arthur must have documented.
Oh, it's all documented.
2015 that
Arthur
failed
was the
because the
one that
glass was
recommended
cracked.
Well, Arthur's the man.
Sealed in it.
Yeah, he said, you don't want to put any more money in this.
Dennis is a
That's
good
what
one
we
to
had
have that kind of conversation with, because he
Yeah.
knows the car's inside and out.
Already done.
Arthur,
But
yeah.
if he just writes things so when people, if somebody asks me...
There'll be a log
Why
that
we're
we can
taking-
have, yep. We'll get that for
We'll
the,
get that, John.
for the 24th, before the 24th, so we can have, because
Yeah.
that's a public hearing. All right.
Gotta make sure. So we got the quotes back in March, and they're all within about 200 of each other. Berlin was 24,410, Oliver 24,638. The state bid was 24,443. To note, Grapponi has a state bid. The state bid price, 24,443, didn't include the spotlight. So if you add the spotlight, it puts you a little bit over. It's $395 for the spotlight, so it would put you up to about 28. The price.
So Irwin's was, what was her?
24,410.
24,410?
Yeah.
And then AutoServe?
24,638. That's with the spotlight, though.
Yeah, and then
4,638.
State bid Grapponi is 24,443 without the spotlight, and the spotlight's a $395 option. They really don't.
Pretty close. Huh?
It's yeah. I mean, like the sales guy at AutoServe says we really don't make any money off of police cars. He says that's why we never got into it. He says we kind of do it as a courtesy. I think he calls it a mini. He just makes a little bit of money to do the paperwork on it. The profit margin on police cars.
Prices, right. Irwin is 24,410.
Yep.
AutoServe is 26.
No, 24,638.
Yeah.
With the light.
With the light. Those two
Irwin's
had
is
the
with
light.
lights, right?
Yeah.
Without
the light.
Without the light,
Irwin's is without the light?
correct.
Yeah.
I thought
And the
Grapponi's
state
was
bid.
without the light.
And the
Both of
state
them are
bid?
without the light.
Oh, without.
Auto service is the only one with the light.
With the light. Because
And basically, they're throwing in the light for
Didn't tell
free.
them to put the light in.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
That we have to add 395 onto it.
No, he said that AutoServe came with a light,
I told them to put it in the.
Yeah.
quote. Yeah.
and it's 24 whatever, 24.6 or something.
Yeah. Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Throw it in,
I didn't
but
hear
they
you say
discounted it.
auto-serve it.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
It's less than Grapponi's charge.
right.
Yeah. That's just a one driver's side. Spotlight is $395.
Which is all you need, right?
Yeah, if you get the dual, it's $675.
So auto-serve is,
The cheapest price.
Yeah, they give it to us for cost, essentially. And they always match the state bid, so I try to keep it in town if I can.
I'd rather keep our money inside the confines of the town if there's especially if that's the low bid.
I make a motion, we accept the bid from AutoServe.
I would second that motion.
we still have to go through a public hearing in order
Yeah.
to expend the money.
You can't
Never mind then. I withdraw my second. When do we actually have the public hearing? 2 weeks?
24th.
24th?
Could we, pending approval of the
We can
public
go pending
hearing, we can't do
approval.
anything?
No, the public hearing is for input. That's for, do you want it? And maybe nobody will show up, maybe everybody will show up. So it's an input for us to make the decision to purchase. So if you make the decision before the public
kind of a
hearing,
moot
why
point.
have the public hearing?
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
I would think that
It's
they're
the-
going
the
to
input
ratify
is
the
the-
lowest price, but
Right, the decision is, once we end up at this public hearing, if nobody shows up, the decision is ours. If people show up and say, and ask a lot of questions on, what it includes and what are we going to do with the old one and so on and so forth, and the ultimate decision still ends up with the Board of Selectmen to who to choose and everything. The decision is still ours, but we would like a little bit of input from the public.
Sure.
And that's what the public hearing's for.
yeah.
Make sure we have that
What year
stuff
is
that
this?
John mentioned.
14?
14, yeah.
Do you have the itemized bids?
I'll make sure Catherine gets a copy of them.
They're all basically outfitted the same, what we have now.
Yeah.
The
They're all
interceptors.
six-cylinder interceptors and what have you,
Are
right?
they that comparable? They're apples to apples?
Yeah.
Whose is this one?
That's the
Grapponi.
state bid.
Could I see AutoServe and Irwin's?
Yeah. Take it.
There you go.
And that's without any electronics inside and no light bars or any of that
I want
stuff,
to see
right,
these
chief?
side by side, so I'd like to see Irwin's.
It's a place there's still a pizza place. Chinese place.
I don't know what that is.
All the inside electronics and light bars and painting and everything else is extra on top of that, right?
This would be black and white with, it's all ready to be wired, but not wired.
So
It's
we'd have
about
to-
$700 to sign it, correct?
Yes, exactly. So it could. about
$695, $725.
And none of the equipment that we currently have in-house is going to be able to go on there for light bars or any of that stuff, because we're using LEDs, and the 06 didn't have LEDs, probably, right?
All, power supplies, that's why you had to run the cars and.
And cameras and whatever are all going to be extra. Will you have those figures on the 24th?
Yeah, we'll have.
Okay, what's it going to cost beyond the cost
Did
of the
we
car? No
budget
matter
for a
who-
camera for this?
I don't know.
Tim did.
What did Tim
He
do?
budgeted for the laptop and the camera.
Okay.
So we have that equipment
It's in the IT budget.
in the budget, okay, all right.
Right, in the signage for the
It's in the budget.
it's in the budget.
I'd just
right.
like to know, for my own enlightenment and for anybody else, the public, how much it's going to cost us beyond the cost of the car
Right.
to put it on the road. Oh, yeah, 24.6, but it's
You
going
can
to
make
actually
copies
cost
of
29 something, you know,
Because we're
or
not
whatever it
doing
is,
anything
so.
with Right now, right?
It takes about 3 to 35.
You want to just make copies and...
As I recall, it was 35
Make sure,
or
Catherine,
6
you get
for
one
the
for
last one. Striping and the computers and the cameras and everything else.
I'm fine with it. Do you need a copy of the bids? No, just what you need, and one for Catherine Wozner.
That's all the accessories, yeah. Yeah, you could add a lot to those.
They come with an engine block here. I don't think they ever stop running to cool down.
There's a lot you can add to them,
Yeah,
with all
big
kinds of
table, yeah.
accessories.
Well, that big way you can plug them in when the cold weather and they turn right over, right? That's what those are?
So what else do you have for us?
Did you want to,
Whatever you have for us for reports, training, scheduling, well, I don't really want to get into scheduling in a public meeting, but unless it's general.
right?
Well, I have some non-general questions, I think,
that's
pertaining to
fine.
scheduling.
That's fine.
Just, I don't know if I told you, we finally got automated attendant going, so if you're listening, Ken, thank you.
He will be listening, eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah.
It works awesome. And like we had like 3 emergencies going this afternoon, and
Do the Grapponi.
And normally, Terry would be trying to answer non-emergency phone calls, but deal with emergency radio traffic. So now it goes to the automated tenant like Catherine has. That makes a world of difference. It was an old system, we didn't know if we could do it, but the company that came over did a great job. And so we got that up and running.
It worked well today. There was 3 emergencies going on at the same time. So Terry's on dispatch trying to deal with 2, and one's going, and Lisa's picking up the other one, and
Plus an arrest coming in the back
and
door.
an arrest coming in the back door.
Busy, all right.
Yeah, things like that make a huge difference. Vehicle-wise, believe it or not, I think the only thing that needs something this week is mine needs a battery, but it's the original battery, so I knew I got as long out of it as I could.
Can you speak
Oh,
up?
I'm sorry.
Cannot hear.
Yeah, I was just saying, okay, I was just saying vehicles, right now, the only thing I know of that needs anything is mine needs a battery. And so I'll have to get together with Arthur on that. I think it's the original one. And I have a guy going in for surgery, but I'll mention that Saturday, we have a pet expo coming up at Agway Building. That's rabies shots and license registrations. May 31st, the Timmins Walk for Alzheimer's is coming up. And
Is this all on your website?
it's on different websites, but not all on ours.
Who does your website? Is Tim?
Tim does it now. Tim's our guy. So then, I put together, I thought this week I'd do all the training stuff, talk about training, what we do, answer questions about training, so I don't know if you want to...
He's going to talk about it.
So this is just, sorry, it's kind of an overview of the types of training that we have to put command staff through, supervisors through, and then also the type of training that we bring into the department annually. One thing I've tried to do is bring more training to Tilton. It saves travel expenses, it saves registration fees if we host it. So down the bottom there, where you see TPD next to some classes, that's all the stuff we're hosting in 2014. So we're probably the only departments in the state hosting more than we are this year. Might be Portsmouth, Nashua, and Manchester. We got some really great classes coming in, but let me kind of start from the top.
How are you going to pick people for these classes? What's your process?
Good question. So typically, we have to look at a whole list of criteria on who gets what. So if an officer needs report writing, let's just say under 2014 scheduled training, they can put in for it, or we can schedule them for it. If we have a couple officers that are doing drug investigations and we know they need the training, so when they get up on the stand and they testify, they can testify that they've had some training, we'll plug those in. LGC driver training, that could be on request, or if someone had a minor accident, we can plug them into it. My goal, I've heard nothing but good about that, is to try to get everybody through the LGC driver training. We've gotten great feedback on it, so...
Do they offer that on a regular basis?
Every year, yeah. Yep. So it's just, that's under driver training. Yeah. And not just for police, they offer it for fire and all municipal, so town hall, anybody. And I guess it's a really good school. Surveillance detection, more for investigative. Incident command, I have all the supervisors attending that. Special operations training, we do that only once a year. It's a 2-week program that puts everyone through tactics training. Operation planning, execution, and debriefing, I have all the supervisors going through that, as well as Detective Buffington, I believe. New Hampshire Emergency Management Conference, that's down in Manchester. They do that once a year, and there's a whole host of breakout sessions that I'm actually teaching at that, doing a presentation on mall shootings. RAD instructor, June 23 to 25.
What's RAD?
That's rape, aggression, defense, and Catherine, you and I were talking about that. Yeah, so that gives officers the training to teach civilians in rape, aggression, defense.
Who is the officer in Tilton that would be giving those?
Two have put in, Officer Trott and Officer Noel Glenn. So,
Noel did?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, so they'll go to that training. Advanced Tactical Leadership and Command, the 14th to the 16th. These classes that I'm hosting are opened up not only to the state but nationally, so people will actually fly in for those courses with the TPD next to them from pretty much all over the country. I had to actually get a group rate through the hotels, or a government rate through the hotels, so that they could put that in the flyers.
Now, in July, from the 14th through the 31st, how busy is that for our regular police department calls?
It's busy, it's steady. It's, believe it or not, our busiest time of the year, crime-wise, lately has been the fall, for
The
some
summer?
reason. But the summer is our busiest time of area for the traffic.
Going to this?
No, and these are classes that we're hosting, folks will come in from all over the state and country for them,
Select a few to go.
and you select a few to go, and they go for free, where everyone else is paying to come in. If I had to pay to put my people through all these classes with a TPD next to them, that would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $5,000. So it's great, free training. Matter of fact, we had put 3 people through that homicide and crime scene, one down in Derry, and that was about $1,000 back in, I think it was 2008 or 9, maybe, that I did that, and I ended up writing a grant for one of them. Internal Affairs, August 18 to 20. We had that one in here in 2011, we're just bringing it back again. I probably bring that back every other year. New Hampshire local government use of force training. Actually, I think you visited us last time we had that one up at Tilton School.
That's an eye-opener.
Yeah, I got that one coming back August 26th. And then this last one, read, interview, and interrogations, October 20 to 23. That's a really tough one to get, and I feel lucky that I was able to get it into Tilton. They sell right out, and they only do so many a year, and they only do, maybe about 5 or 6 throughout the country per year.
So do we send the detectives to that?
Yeah, I have
Supervisors?
detective supervisors, and so we have free slots for those. And that's a per officer $700 value.
So would you like the captain or what?
Yeah, I have the captain and detective slotted for that. So then, and then if you flip the page, you'll see taser instructor there, 11 to 12. Again, those are like $700-800 a class per person, and we'll get 3 free slots there. I have 3.
Who wants to be signed up?
You bet I do.
you
December
really?
12th is my birthday, and I want to get tased on my birthday. Hell yes.
They'll do that for free.
They'll do that.
I'll do that.
No, I want to make sure that the medics are there, too.
So, yeah, keep that.
I know they'll tase me, but
And all of these are hosted at Tilton School, and
The lecture hall. So it becomes a scheduling thing. I have to,
it's a community thing with them, and
yeah, I have to,
allowing you to do that free of charge.
right.
Wonderful.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of these classes, like the FBI leader stuff, you have to have a venue that holds 50 people or more.
Yeah.
Not many police departments have that kind of venue, and that holds about 200. So I can host stuff that Laconia can't host, or some of the other departments around here. And so it's really an advantage. The tricky part for me is I have to juggle through their schedule. So it's calling back and forth, are these weeks open, are these weeks open? And if they're open, they're gracious enough to give them to me, and then we lock it in. And I've had people teach up there before. I did the IA school up there, 2011. The instructor said it's the nicest classroom he's ever taught in. So it makes it easy.
who's going to the internal affairs?
We put all the supervisors through it, so any supervisor that hasn't had it. And every couple of years, things change, so it's not out of the realm of possibility to put another one through that went through in 11. So, and then if you flip the pages, here's just kind of a snapshot of, like, what the captain's gone through from 2010 to 14. And then the last page is Detective Buffington, what he's gone through. You can see there's a lot to this training stuff. There's a lot of classes that we have to get them through throughout the year. And,
I see that you have this up here, but what about the new one? You have a name here next to training.
oh yeah, he's already actually signed up for a lot of the stuff that's under that 2014 schedule. So, drug investigations, I think fraud investigations, and homicide and crime scene investigations, and read and interview and interrogation. So So he's already for all those, plus, like I said, that stuff at the top for the academy. So when I became chief, the detectives were in patrol at the time. We had a couple guys getting ready to retire out of there, so I started to literally put them into every class that I could get them into. And it was right after they finished about 2 years of nonstop training that we saw the huge increase in the robberies, the K. Jewelers case, all those cases. I don't think we would have got through them had it been for all that training. I think it prepared them for that. They went down to Florida for, it was either 2 or 3 weeks for forensic science. I got that on a grant, and that helped us solve dozens of burglaries and stuff like that. So the training definitely pays off. I just try to do it as cost-effective as possible. Obviously, the ultimate is to host it when you can. So that just gives you a snapshot of what the year's looking like so far. There'll be more stuff added to that 14 calendar, but that's a pretty full plate already. Because there's roll call trainings we'll be doing, and then, many of the officers will be going down the academy for their mandatory trainings throughout the year. So.
I like it.
They do CPR training and
See, we're sharing that with the fire department.
you guys updated those every year?
Yeah, so there's no requirement for law enforcement to have it. We have to kind of go out and seek it and get it on our own. Yeah.
You would think even for fellow employees, around or somebody walking.
Yeah. We
Have it though, right?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I mean,
Cruiser bid.
most officers go out and get it on their own, but we recently approached the fire department because we had a couple that didn't have it, and they volunteered to train us. So that's good. And Northfield's actually jumping in too, I think.
I'll give you mine. Because I was at the fire commissioners meeting last night and they
You can
mentioned
share
it.
John.
Yeah. So it's good. We're kind of getting proactive about it, A couple guys have had to do it. In other states, some states make it mandatory. New Hampshire just doesn't for law enforcement. But it's a good skill to have, for sure.
It was nice that they came up to the senior center and did that too, because Brad put in for the defibrillator, so they gave a class, a combination CPR defibrillator class, so we'll get our cards. Senior center, there's some volunteers that took on that, but we should put in for the
Defibrillator. So there's now one at the senior center.
Yes, we have one at Walmart. They got it.
Nice.
They got the grant
These
at
are
Walmart.
because I have to keep.
And there's one at,
And this is what he's talking about, all the training. Wonderful.
they just put a senior center, town hall.
Ladies to Joyce.
Awesome.
No, but you have the blood pressure here at the county. You don't have the defibrillator, right?
Correct, but I asked for one, they're going to try and get us one.
Try to get the grant. We should I'll have the chief try to get one for the,
For the town hall and the PD, maybe?
well,
Oh, you're gonna,
fire's gonna try for the,
town hall?
but I think
Yeah.
it's essential for.
Yeah, we have one at the PD.
You do have?
We do have one, yeah.
Go through the training.
Yeah.
They have to be trained to do that.
Yeah, the fire department comes down and they did a whole thing for us.
To do it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think was it every year you get certified, or you recertify every year, or 3 years? Yep.
I know they come down and inspect ours.
How about regular personnel taking training besides, PTSD trainings, things like that? Like the harassment things, personnel law for
Yeah.
managers.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff we get through local government center. I've been through a bunch of it. I actually reached out to them for the harassment. They're going to start to hit our roll calls starting next week, so. Yeah, and we had them in '09. They did a great job, so they're coming back. And,
A lot of individual businesses have it like every year.
yeah.
And like for supervisors, just personnel law, and things like that.
Yeah.
I know corporately, they were mandated yearly to update that kind of training to their non-management team. I don't know what the municipality requirements are. Do you know? For training in sexual harassment or any type of harassment, bullying, any kind of that, is it a mandatory requirement, a yearly requirement to be updated, or is it just
No,
not
there's
for
nothing
municipality?
mandatory about it. They would, our insurance company would definitely make it mandatory if there were a claim or a judgment against the town. But I did speak with the Property Liability Trust, and they will do it for all 3 departments. They will do all 3 shifts. For the police, we just have to tell them what dates, and then before they do the training, they want to come in and meet with the Board of Selectmen to make sure that they are addressing everything that you want to have addressed.
Well, they're coming in next week.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
the PD.
I talked
Contact
to, I
numbers?
talked to Kevin, and he said he would do all our roll calls. So Kevin Flanagan?
No, Ron O'Keefe.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Ron O'Keefe was going to do it.
Can we get on the same page on that so that we
Yeah.
can do the same thing for all employees?
Right.
I'd rather the one person do, I don't know about the rest of the board, I'd rather the training, the same person do, that do the PD and then come to do town hall and,
Yeah, Ron was just waiting for me to call him back. I
okay,
spoke with him over 2 weeks ago.
okay.
Waiting to hear from you.
I'll get with you tomorrow, and we
Yeah.
can, I know both of them, either one.
you gotta get
That's
too
good.
soon because she's going on vacation, so.
Okay.
So you're saying Kevin's coming in next week?
He said he would do all our roll calls, yeah. Ron's
I'm
promoted,
surprised Kevin didn't call me
yeah.
and let me know. 'Cause he would normally do that if he was the one doing it.
Oh. Yeah, I know Ron's busy, I know he moved up, so, but they're both great instructors.
But if they want to come in and talk to us first,
Yeah, definitely Ron wanted to come in and talk with the board first to make sure that he knew exactly, I mean, they have their standard program, but if there's something specific that you want them to target, that's what they want to know from the board.
I don't know if there's anything that they.
Well, I don't know, I don't know, I have a list of the things that they might cover.
They generally cover it all.
Everything, yeah. Marcy did it in '09, she did everything,
I would,
all the
They really should
topics.
cover what's listed in our
right,
employee handbook. I mean, they shouldn't leave anything out. If
Right.
that's the employee handbook, that's what everybody's going to abide by.
Right.
That's what they need to know.
right.
Can they send in a synopsis of what they're going to cover?
Oh, sure.
They're supposed to have to come in, we can take a look at that.
Good idea.
Yeah, I was just waiting to hear back from the chief so that we could schedule it. Since his would be the most difficult to schedule because they have 3 shifts.
Right.
Yeah,
It's mandatory. It's going to be mandatory for
everyone,
for everyone.
right.
Right,
Yeah, I told him it would take a couple of days, too, because you have guys on days off, so
yes.
he knows that.
It's mandatory for everybody to, and then they sign off on it, everybody. Selectmen too,
It's like nothing.
Oh, yeah.
except your paycheck.
Yes.
That's fact. Take my page.
I'll give Ron a call first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
All right.
Do they do any personnel law or anything?
LGC does, yeah.
Like for, managers,
Yep.
bosses, and
Yeah, they,
different things?
yeah, they offer it every year. I usually go down, it's great training.
Yeah.
Um,
Done that one a couple times, pretty good.
Yeah, I even get invited to Primex, too, even though we're not a property liability customer of theirs, they invite me too.
So that-
Yeah.
The insurance companies, like, they're giving those courses out.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, and they have attorneys come in and talk, and they're excellent. I think that's it, everything else is just on some injury stuff. This guy's gonna have a surgery.
All right, so that's.
That's it, yeah.
Any other questions for the chief? Everybody get their questions on?
There's a couple of police cars going to AutoServe for check engine lights, 3 of them. Didn't we buy a very expensive piece of equipment to deal with those check engine lights, a computer that you plug in and it's supposed to tell you?
They all go to Highway first, and they then they go to AutoServe, so
Okay.
they would never
They've
go...
all gone through
Arthur and
Arthur, and if Arthur can't deal, then they go to
over there,
AutoServe,
yeah.
all right, okay. That's my question.
Yeah.
We got one of those computers that tells you the codes. What
You
to,
know what? I got an app on my
on your phone.
phone that does the same thing, yeah. And graphs it and all that.
And you can plug into a car?
Yep. Little code reader, you plug it right in. You can actually chart all of your different performance things. Free.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
That's
$5
awesome.
for it, deluxe.
You're gonna get with him.
Yeah.
You can time 0 to 60 too. It's great fun.
I want that app, John, so we can come
Well,
up
we-
with that app.
School Street straight enough.
Yeah. That's a cool app.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to get with him on that one.
I want that one.
You have to send it to him. All right, Joyce?
Oh, God.
Do you have any call?
No. So let's go, what's going on?
Got more room this way. Okay, I thought first I could go through the minutes and just follow up from last week. On the job descriptions, I have ready for the board to sign. That's what I was just working on now, was Tim had submitted what he is suggesting for the IT. Page 3. He was going to meet with the board, but as you know, he went home ill. What he was suggesting is under supervision exercised, with the approval of the department head, works with identified department personnel to delegate appropriate items to be handled within the department and without the direct involvement of the IT director.
That's the add-on.
And then,
Where did we add it?
under supervision exercised.
And that was never there before?
That is correct. In your envelopes, in your packets, you should have copies of the IT job description, the current one, if you wanted to compare. And also the two from the police department, the,
Just I have them
oh,
ready,
you have them, I'm sorry,
waiting for you to go up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, this is to changing cartridges and that kind of meaning
Or
stuff.
resetting.
Yeah.
Plugging in.
There's 5 or 6 here.
One for you.
This is, that's the IT, this is PD.
I'm sorry.
We'll vote
This
to
is
accept
the-
change.
This is the existing one.
This was the original?
Yeah, I think so.
This is the original one. I don't know why I had one left. I'm sorry.
You leave me out. You just left me out, Joyce.
I'm sorry.
Left me out. It's all right.
So you don't have to decide on that one tonight, because I know you wanted to meet with him, but I'm just giving you what he is recommending.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
That looks good to me.
Okay.
Good.
So-
You want to make a decision on that, or?
Wait and talk to him.
Yeah.
All right, I gave 2 originals, if you could sign one original.
Somebody's got the top page of
I
mine.
have one here. Is this original?
There should be 3.
I think I just gave you back the top page.
Let me see.
Got it.
My eyes are so bad.
Got it.
2, 3.
Make a motion that we approve the Information Technology Director job description.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Is the old one?
Aye.
That's the old one, yeah. I always keep the old ones. I just put them in the back of our book. Okay, and then the other two were the communications specialist and the police administrative assistant. And what I did is, if you do approve them, I made up signature pages to attach to it.
You need 2 copies of these signed?
No, just one. I made 2 in case you wanted to mark it up, and I could mark up, because I'm keeping all my markups. And these are the ones I emailed you.
Yeah.
And this is the communications specialist. Three here, what am I missing? 3, 4,
Oh, that's tiny print.
5. And these are the signature pages.
So it says reports directly to the department head or chief of police, but functions under the general supervision of the support services commander. Wow. So who's a department head in the police department? Who would be considered a department head? Well, I know you are, but besides you.
Captain in chief.
And how come it doesn't say captain in chief? It says directly to the department head.
Considered.
Can you read the whole?
This is the police administrative assistant reports directly to the department head or chief of police.
Yeah, because those are,
I mean, does that mean there's a department head of the
Oh, no,
detectives and a department head
for
of
us,
the
they're one and the same, but again, those are,
generic?
yes, the, like,
So should we
nationally
put
approved.
captain or chief of police there?
Well, there could be a time where we don't have a captain.
Yeah, but this is our town.
Yeah, no, I mean, even in here, yeah, I mean,
Then we just change it, like when we had 2 lieutenants.
Kevin Donnell?
What? Stop.
yeah, they write it that way just because if, for some reason, the title changed.
So who wrote this?
Kalia.
Those are the,
Who?
yeah, clear, they're like nationally approved policies.
Oh, great, so can we put captain in there instead of department head? Since you don't have any?
Yeah, you could,
What if we don't have a captain?
Then we change it when we change from captain to whatever we do have, whether that's a lieutenant or 2 lieutenants or a,
Why can't we leave it like this and,
Because there aren't any
that way we don't
department
have to
heads.
change it?
Because there aren't any department heads.
Yeah, okay.
They don't have, I mean, it is the
Captain's
police
the
department.
department head, he's the department head.
No, he's the captain.
He's the chief.
No, he's the
They are the
chief.
two commanders of the police department, the 2.
He's the department head, right? Correct?
Then why does it say or chief of police if it says department head or chief of police?
Because it depends, this is a generic one, I guess.
I know this.
Hey,
So
you can
to
put
make
whatever
it
you
more
want in there,
suit
Captain.
our needs,
Let's just put
I
whatever
think
she
it should
wants
say
in there,
captain.
Joyce.
It's a generic,
Right,
you just put in
where you want.
chief or designee. Chief captain, because it wouldn't be a corporal.
Designees.
It would be a non-management person that
So we
would be-
could put reports directly to the chief of police or his designee.
No,
well, it's up to you guys.
you wouldn't be able to, it would either be right now, captain or chief.
This is for the administrative assistant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually...
Just put captain.
When you got Sergeant 2, you could add that, but not now. Because it would have to be somebody in non-management.
I don't think there should be more than
Usually
2
in the
people
police
that somebody
department,
reports
the
to.
assistant works directly
Yeah.
for the chief, confidential employee, so...
Right.
Yeah,
The problem,
I would just say the chief.
they're not there, so she has to answer to somebody.
Well, she functions under the general supervision of the support services commander, whoever that is.
Right.
Captain.
Even if somebody's not there.
Have you seen this?
It could, yeah, it could be a lieutenant.
Well, we don't have a lieutenant.
No,
Hey, let's just put in captain.
We're working right now.
Let's just put it-
What do we have right now?
Move on.
I don't care about what the rest of the world has.
Who does she report to you?
She reports directly to
God help me.
Captain and Chief of Police, but she functions under the general supervision of the Support Services Commander, whoever that is. And I'm hearing that's the captain.
it is.
Okay, how about reports directly to the chief of police, period, functions under the general supervision of the captain?
There you go. Moving on.
Does that work for you?
Does that work?
Yep.
So period, and then function of the captain. And if it ever changes, we can change it.
Who's currently filling this position?
Lisa,
Lisa.
as of January this year.
She performs all these essential functions? Knowledge of human resource records,
She keeps
highly
on.
confidential employee records?
I'm talking
Does
about.
now, yeah.
Who else within your department has access to highly confidential employee records?
Myself and the
You
captain.
captain.
The captain and you and Lisa.
Right. That's it.
That's
Number 6, it says assist department head. Do you want to change that? Assist chief and captain with budget
Chief and
preparation?
How about just assist with budget preparation?
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, I would just say assist with budget, because it could be either or, right?
you don't prepare your payroll down there.
Yes,
Yes, they do.
they submit their payroll.
They submit their payroll records,
Right.
but I'm reading this prepare weekly payroll. It doesn't say reports.
If requested.
Right, usually Captain Martin does them.
They have to submit the payroll in order for them to get paid.
Payroll to me is the actual check.
Time,
These are time sheets.
Timesheets.
They're preparing time sheets.
time and attendance sheets.
Yeah, they're not,
They-
they're not preparing
reports.
weekly payroll. They're preparing weekly
Do you still
time
have the
sheets.
binder, all the reports that come in each week?
It's
There's workers' comp, there's, compensated absences, there's,
Paid time
It's
off.
not
Pay time.
payroll.
It's everything that consists of payroll, yeah.
It's time.
Well, I mean, I think it's semantics, because we're looking up, if you look at what constitutes payroll, Ryan does it right now.
Yeah.
With the assistance
No,
of
he
Lisa.
prepares time sheets.
I'm not going to argue semantics, I mean,
We're
It's not
quibbling
just
now.
semantics. They don't prepare payroll.
Let's move on.
He
So
prepares
they write
the-
out the paychecks, they figure the FICA and
that's
social
not all
security.
there is to payroll.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's the summary, there's the paid time off accruals, there's the reports. I mean, the captain does them now.
I know all of this.
Okay.
It's all under the heading of payroll.
So does Lisa do anything with payroll? Do you want her to be able to do anything with preparing payroll reports?
Goes through all of it.
Okay,
She actually, she gets it before Ryan gets it.
yep. So prepares weekly payroll reports. And a report could be a timesheet. She collects timesheets. She calls them up and say, I need your timesheet. Okay. What? Where it says prepare statistical or date reports, is that supposed to be data or date? Data.
Rather than reviewing both of these tonight, can we look at these and come back next week?
Oh, certainly.
I mean, this is the first I'm seeing them.
Well,
There's a lot of information in both of them.
We created the job in December. And we passed these out
it was at the non-public session
in
when they were created.
December.
And
But we really didn't go over.
Probably at the meeting I wasn't at.
We really didn't go over, line by line by line. We generally passed this out and said, this is what the job entails, this is what we're moving Lisa to, because of the confidentiality and of the nature of her position. We changed it to administrative assistant at that time. That's when we did it.
Okay.
So we'll put this on the agenda for next week.
Okay. All right, and I'll take these back. The other thing was, Catherine, you were going to give us something for health officer? Because the last time this was done was March 14th of 2012.
In the FYI.
Oh, it is in the
No,
FYI?
that's my report.
Oh, the time...
Job description.
Job description, yeah. I thought you were going to say report.
No, and where is the original of the IT that was signed?
Being signed.
Okay. So PD will be next week. And while Catherine's getting that, in the to-be-signed folder, is the ones you approved last week for welfare, town administrator, finance director, and administrative assistant. All of the highway job descriptions are on the website. These will be put on the website. You're all set with the code enforcement officer. There were no changes on that one. And we're good with Dory's for land use assistant. All right, so all of admin with the exception of IT. Oh, with IT, because you've signed that tonight. So those will all be on. And then it's just the existing PD ones, with the exception of these two, we can go ahead and put on.
Right,
Those haven't changed.
Catherine, you make any changes to that?
For this?
Yeah, yours.
To the health officer one? Yeah, I have it here. I just haven't had time to mark it on here. I don't have it on my computer, so I have to do it by hand. And there are just some spelling things, but I haven't had time to.
Did you want me to take those and insert them in the Word doc? And then you can play with it?
I don't want to give you the burden of it. But you can. I mean,
Well, I've done it with all the others. I'm going to have to convert these two into a Word document anyway, to make up revisions.
That way we can read it and come back to it.
And then I can do it for you and then give it back
Most
to
of
you.
these are in there, some of them aren't.
Yeah, and then you can check them, make sure they're in there.
You're welcome to take them. This is the state stuff.
Yeah.
I pulled off site.
Or if you want, I can send you the Word doc, and you can do it. It's up to you. Whatever easiest.
If you want to send it to me, I can do it this weekend.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I can do it at home.
All right, I will send this to you.
Then you won't have to do it.
Okay. All right, so then it's just the next week, Catherine will do communicate, I'll convert these to Word, email it to them. They can play with it. So the only things that left then, that won't be on the website will be these two and health officer. Okay. Let me put this on top. We got something done. Okay, the professional services agreement for Donna Lane for the Gaslight Village project. Tim has reviewed it, so you can either go ahead and sign this one tonight or wait and next week when Tim Tim had reviewed the subrecipient agreement and had recommended some changes. Donna is entering them. The Gaslight folks will sign it and then bring it to the selectmen. So if you want to wait and sign both of these next week, or if you want to review these.
Anything different from the last one we had with her?
In this document, no, this is the same.
The same document?
Same document. Only thing that's changed is the date and the name of the project.
And the other one's changing.
This one, this one, yeah, Tim had made some suggestions, and she said that was fine, and I also was going to make a signature page for it. For all
For
five.
this?
For all, no, for, excuse me, on the subrecipient agreement.
Are we all signing this one?
You can all sign that. I just have to sign it, yeah.
Do I sign it and then
Oh,
everybody
wait, let me,
signs around it?
let me see, you want to sign the one that she signed?
We didn't sign it.
I'm sorry, she signed this one. Everything's done electronically now. And then for municipality, we can just put all the selectments. Oh, and you do have the option, if you want your town attorney to review it, that's your option, but we had Tim review it, and he said it was fine.
That was the same we signed
Yeah, you can just
for
sign
White
it.
Rock, right? Or,
The one
did we
that,
sign one for Gaslight? Yeah?
no, for White Rock,
We did.
we signed,
it.
we
The
signed.
Gaslight, we haven't gotten there yet.
This
This
is
is Gaslight.
Well, that's first Donna Lane's contract
This is
for the
for Gaslight.
consultant, and this is Gaslight, and this is the subrecipient agreement for Gaslight.
So we may be signing a third one.
So this one, we told her to make some changes, which she's making, and Tim had also suggested that Gaslight sign it before the board signs it. So they're going to bring that back to you next week. And I've marked all the pages on what needs to be signed, and I can go over it with Tim when I'm gone, so. And on Windy Hill, she has all the documents she needs to submit for the grant application. So we're good there. And when the weather is nice, what I had asked is if Donna and Jeannie could come back up, and whoever is interested, we should go and actually go, because I haven't been to White Rock since that project was completed, and I've been to Windy Hill, 2 years ago, and Gaslight, I've never been in Gaslight.
Really?
Really?
So when the weather's nice, so if anybody wants to go.
For the most part.
I go
They're very neat and nice.
I have a relative that lives in
Okay.
White Rocks. I go in there all the time.
Okay. All right, so that's good. Yay, we're getting there. Okay, finance, that's done, that's done. Let's do that next week. We did Lauren. Cable hearing is going to be April 24th. Park Cemetery Association. The good news is that we have a full board, trustee of trust funds. We have 3 people, and it's been a number of years since we've, and then I want the IT job description. That come back to me yet?
I think it's in here. Right there.
There's something in the to be signed that we were waiting on.
Yeah, can I see that pile that Joe just handed towards you? It doesn't come to the center of the table. Could you
It's
name
a
off the
permit for the
trustees?
timber cut or whatever. It's right on the very top.
And Tim and I met with 2 of the trustees, Janice Boudreau.
Could you name the 3?
Yes, it is Kathy Mitchell, Janice Boudreau, and Marie Mahoney. And so Tim and I and Katina LeMay, who was the outgoing chairman of the trustee of trust funds, met with Kathy and Marie. Janice works, so she wasn't able to get there, but they'll schedule their next meetings. But they needed to do an organizational meeting so that so they could elect a chairman, a vice chairman. Katina could turn the keys over. We had to have them sign the bank documents. We tried to arrange a meeting with Charter Trust, which handles all the trusts, the bulk of the cemetery trust funds, and also some of the trust funds for the scholarships, but we couldn't contact the person at that time. So I know both Tim and I feel really good that we have a full board trustee of trust funds. One of the issues that had come up that we made the trustees aware of is that the Cemetery Association, over the past 10 years, the amount of they can only spend their interest earnings, has declined by almost half. And they really rely on those interest earnings to be able to pay their expenses. And if they can't generate a certain amount of income, then they're not going to be able to continue to maintain the cemetery.
And then,
Well, that's what we did some research. I asked for their articles of incorporation and their bylaws, and who are their board of directors, and what are they operating under, which I think 2 weeks ago I gave the board a copy, but Lauren has a copy, Cindy has a copy, and I put a copy in the
is that this document right here?
property record cards, and I also gave the trustee of trust funds a copy. So at some point, they are going to get in touch with them once they get a little bit better handle on the finances and meet with Charter Trust.
Now, that, they have a perpetual care agreement with all the people in there, right?
Not all the
Not
people.
all of them.
So some of them, they take care of it, and some of them, they don't? Do they mow around certain graves? I mean, how does that work? How does it work?
I don't know, does that question come up at the budget committee?
Some people,
Town has to provide.
some people in the past would leave money for the perpetual care of their
Yeah.
loved one that passed away. It's not so much a tradition anymore.
So what is the,
They maintain the entire
Yes.
cemetery regardless of whether
true
there's
enough.
perpetual care.
So there's one or two employees that are employed between, just about right now, because it opens on April 15th, and it closes, November 1st or November 30th or something like that. So between, right now, because I actually saw people in there today, and November, October of this year, they'll be mowing and trimming and doing whatever. Now, the interest off their funds are used to pay those people, plus the equipment needs and gasoline and what have you. If they fall short, who has to pay it?
Well, that's the issue, is because according to the cemetery trustees, they believe that they own the land, the park
I
cemetery.
don't know about that.
Okay, and then when Lauren reviewed the documents, she said it really isn't clear that they do own it.
It wasn't clear when I read it.
Right.
They're responsible for it, but
They're
as
responsible
owners,
for it.
not so much.
Tilton and Northfield both pay annual sums of money for.
Northfield has a cemetery. If they wanted to withdraw their donation, they've got one right behind the town hall. It's still open. They're still selling plots over
And
there.
all we'd have to do is, the only reason a town needs a cemetery is for the indigent. So
But we have to have one.
all we'd have to do is you could make an arrangement with me, I own a cemetery. And trust me, it's not full. But you could make an arrangement with the Catholic Cemetery in 132, or the town could, to bury their indigent there, and they're far from full.
And so do we just let Park Cemetery drift away? How does that work? We've got a lot of money invested in there, I would think, and,
Well, the town now contributes $4,200 a year.
yeah, but we've been contributing $4,200 a year that
So has
goes
the
into
town
the
of
fund,
Northfield.
the interest from which is used to upkeep, but we've been putting money in there for how long? Exactly, and so we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in that
Well,
fund.
I went back 5 years of their reports that they submit in our annual report, and I gave those copies to the trustees so they can be familiar with what the operations are there. And then when they meet with the cemetery trustees, hopefully they'll have a little bit better understanding of what their needs are financially and find some other instruments. Part of the problem is that there's fewer interments.
Yeah.
And the investments that they had in Charter Trust, a lot of them, I believe, were in equities, like bonds and things like that. And I know from personal experience that the Treasury, they changed all their products that they have. And when they did that, you lost, the interest rate is much lower. And then also...
Why did they change those?
I don't know why they did that. And then also, some of the other funds that they had that weren't treasury notes or bonds came due, and then when they were reinvested, it was at a lower interest rate. That's as much as I
And the
know.
people that are investing those are not investment bankers or any of that kind of stuff,
Well,
right?
they have assistance through Charter Trust. That's what Charter Trust does, is they advise a lot of these municipalities and organizations that have, because the laws are very clear, very strict on what we can and cannot invest in. So they're familiar with the laws for nonprofits and municipalities. But we're just bringing that to your attention, that we're working with them and the cemetery trustees to make sure that, because ultimately, it could fall back on the town. So it's just a heads up. And then there's a list of questions that we have for the cemetery trustees, just to get a better understanding of what their needs are.
And when will that meeting be, Joe?
I've set it up with the chairman, who's Kathy Mitchell, that when they get ready to meet, or whenever they meet, to email me. I'll do their agenda, post it on the calendar, post it on the web, post it on the bulletin boards, and then
Just send me a
make sure that
copy of that notice
Yeah,
for sure,
make
because
sure the
I'd like
board
to be there to listen.
Yeah, when parks come up, I want to be there.
So we put in 4,200 a year. They put, so we're at 8,400 plus the interest.
And
Is
that's
there
not the
income?
interest on that, because the interest on that, we put in
Well,
for
plus
the
the interest
care,
from their their
Plus the interest
perpetual
in the-
care.
perpetual care, but the interest on the perpetual care is,
it's only generating about 10,000 a year, and before they used to be like close to
So we're at
20.
18,000.
Their total budget's around 43,000 a year for everything. And the other thing I was going to do was to find out from Dennis, to have him work up.
I talked with him,
Oh, you did?
and he's going to do that.
He is going to do that, good.
And what is he
'Cause I'm sure it
working
would be
up
more
now?
than 43,000.
What it would cost the town to
What would it
maintain it?
cost?
Town to maintain it,
Well,
just as a figure,
Just in case?
just as a figure.
well, I keep looking at what we have. We have a park that has to get mowed, a separate contract. We have rec fields that have to get mowed, separate contract, and if we pick that up, it's one of these things where we should start looking at, along with like the police department and other things that we should, if we're gonna come to this, we should combine all these things to save money, instead of have duplicating or triplicating what we're doing.
Well, right now, our highway department maintains the other town cemeteries. I think there's 5. Catherine, you would know this.
But, you know,
There's more
if
than
this is a
five. We've got a
summertime
list of
thing,
them.
There's
Yeah.
13
Yeah, but how many do
There's
they
13
actually maintain?
They
think they
maintain, I
main-
think,
As many
five.
as we tell them to, actually.
How many are they currently maintaining?
About five.
Five, okay.
I know there's the one up on Route 3 next to the,
auto service.
Maintain is
203.
not the right word for that. They mow and whack, but the fences are falling down.
Oh, and some of the
it's
headstones.
It's nasty up there.
They,
Did they do the one up
Pest House Road,
Causeway?
oh, I don't know. I think so.
they do the one up near Pest House Road.
They do they still do the Civil War Monument?
Lancaster,
Or do you
they
just
do.
park-
No, we
do
did
that,
that.
you do
Parks
that.
does that.
Range Road?
They do the one just past Home Depot.
They do that
on the
one too?
left. They do the one by Auto Serve. I
Just
don't know
up
if they
from the
do one
senior center?
By the Causeway.
I don't know, let's ask
They
Dennis.
do the one up here.
And they
I
do
think
the
there's
one on
five.
No,
Grange Road.
it's then buying, if we end up with the cemetery, buying another mower, and
Trust me, my vote will be no.
these are one of these things, it's a seasonal job, college students, things like that for
We're not
mowing.
even thinking of the town picking it up. However, there's questions out there that says, what happens if they run out of money and where does it go? What we're trying to do is just do some research on what it would cost,
Be ready.
and be prepared. Where are we going to go with this?
That's why I'm thinking, if we do have to do that, it's time to
Yeah.
start looking at combining all these.
The issue with that...
I think it's
John,
already time to
No, no.
start looking at that.
The issue with that is that you cannot coordinate parks in our local lawn mowing, because parks is a separate entity. Unless you take that separate entity back and make it one, then it's under the jurisdiction of the selectmen. Right now, it's not. So we don't have a decision on that.
Okay, so moving along, I spoke to Mr. Branch from Hill Road. He would like to have the sand swept up sooner, but I said tonight the selectmen would be reviewing the bids and...
Next Wednesday? Isn't that the day that the guy, Dennis said the guy was going? Because we took a vote.
I think he's starting. I don't know if he's going to go directly up there.
I don't know where it
Dennis-
starts, but that's the day it starts
Yeah.
anyway.
But Dennis is aware that Mr. Branch and
Yeah.
Hill Road is,
He
wants to be
is.
first on the
I
list.
know he is because I spoke with him directly about that
Okay.
very issue.
And then the other thing he was concerned about, Chief, and I told him I would make the board and you aware of this, is he said this excessive speeding on Hill Road, he says even the school buses. And he feels that it's very dangerous, and especially with the level of sand, that
Is it
it's a
posted?
hazard. Is the road posted?
Is there a speed limit posted on Hill Road?
Do you know if he said what time, day?
I've been up there
Well, he
10
said
times in the
school
last
buses,
2 weeks, and I
he's
never noticed.
afraid that kids are going to get run over.
I don't think it is.
I've been up there, I don't know how many times in the last 2 weeks.
I never noticed.
I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't hear you.
You can put the speed trailer over there.
Do we know if there's any speed limit signs posted on?
On Hill?
It's such a short road.
I don't believe so, but I don't want to...
Will you check on that?
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Okay, next, we did CDBG, the cruiser, we did. And the public hearing on that is April 24th. Oh, the intent to cut for the property off Mansville Road and the road use agreement should be in the...
That's the one on the top there.
I
that-
can't sign it, though. I just can't sign it.
Because of why?
The permittee for himself, herself, her heirs, assigns, and agents does hereby agree to hold the town of Guilford harmless for any claims.
Oh, did I give you the wrong one?
Ways out of the...
You can't, I printed out the wrong one. Let me see if I have it in mind.
Well, I knew it wasn't signed,
That's the whole
so.
don't reinvent the wheel thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm proud of you, Joyce.
This is it.
What is,
And let me just take these things off the back of it. Oh, also, I just wanted to tell you, I did speak to property liability, and he said, since he's not physically, he's not under our control, he's not doing work for the town, in the town's right-of-way, we don't have to require a certificate of insurance. He offered, so I took it.
And the trails, or the railroad bed people said they're
Yes.
okay, even though
Yes.
they want to talk to us
Yes.
about the crossings?
Yes, and in fact, the Lou Barker said that the logger had already, here's the rest of it.
I was actually there when they delivered that piece of equipment.
You're everywhere, you're Hill
Well,
Road.
I was
you're in
right behind the
cemetery.
guy, I was right behind the guy, and I
Manville
periodically go to Manville Road to see what the pond is like in front of 3M. It's on my way home. And I pulled in right behind the truck, and I actually watched him go over the track at like 1 mile an hour. They've got a lot of equipment in there, though. I don't know what they're doing. They got a
Right now,
lot of
they're
equipment.
chipping. Anyway, Lou said that he had contacted me, he said, no, they don't, but he wanted to know when he could talk with the selectmen again about having the town be responsible for the crossing.
No.
Because it
When
needs-
hell freezes over.
Well, that's what I told him.
When hell freezes over.
tell him it's his, we don't want anything to do with it.
But he did
No, I don't want
say
anything to do with
that,
it. Remove them.
that if we were to work together, and I should call Route 3 to see if they wanted to jump in on it, because I know we've heard complaints about people saying how that's difficult when they come out from Manville Road onto Route 3 and 11, it's steep.
The sand down in there,
Yeah.
certainly.
And I said, there's a drainage problem down there.
They fixed that.
They fixed the drainage
Last
problem?
year, they fixed the drainage problem. They put in drains and culverts, and they've got
No, but I mean down where we are,
Manville Road.
on Manville Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
So he
fixed
said
that
that
part.
they could, because they would be concerned about drainage on their crossing, that they could do the drainage.
There's no drainage on the crossing.
The crossings up here. There's no drainage from the road on the crossing. It's
No.
crazy. Okay.
There is no drainage on the
Oh,
crossing.
nice try.
It was nice of him to offer, but maybe on Noyes Road, maybe?
No.
He said Noyes
Noyes Road
Road
is a
and,
brand, in the world of roads, it's a new road.
But Manville,
I
the
expressed your
tracks are in bad shape, but it's not.
Why should
I was
we,
polite.
the town of Tilton, help them improve their crossings so they can lease it to a company for a profit, and they've reduced
But
our
I'm not-
taxes that we can collect on that utility? I mean, come on.
They won't maintain their roads. The state doesn't maintain the roads, but they want us to maintain the crossings.
Tell them we'll take a share of their profits. Somewhat.
But it's old blue thing.
There you go.
okay, so we got through the minutes, and I'm going to send the letter to
Crossing
Mr.
our
Emery.
road.
Train robbery, go through.
Crossing our
They should be
road.
helping us because they're in our road.
Run through the train with a little
One would
bucket.
think.
Was able to get a copy of the letter that the fire commissioners are sending to the Commissioner of Revenue Administration to allow them to increase the bottom line of their budget to cover the amount that the district had deleted, and that they're going to take the money out of unreserved fund balance. And then the commissioners will be working for the 2015 district meeting to come up with clarifying language. They were able to explain, what were the two major issues? One was that the contract that they have with ComStar, you cannot net out the monies because the checks are paid to the Tilton Northfield Fire District. And the checks, they take the checks, those checks are deposited directly into the town's account, into the apparatus and equipment fund. And that the original warrant article, the original was in 2005, and then 2006 was when they started saying, okay, and this is what we're spending the money on, because each year they have to say what they're spending the money on. At district meeting, the town has to vote that. Since 2006, which was when they had their first time of spending it, it's always included ambulance charges. And according to DRA, they had, and from Shelley Galarno, they said yes, that would be an allowable expense from the apparatus and equipment fund, because it's the fees that you're using to get the fees. And that's the purpose of the fund, is to collect the fees. And then the other issue that came up was they didn't feel that supplies were considered equipment, and that therefore they should be paid out of the operating budget. And then the chief had a document from the New Hampshire Department of Safety which outlines exactly what is equipment that needs to be in a ambulance. And it says that all those syringes, all those things are considered equipment for that ambulance because it has to be in an ambulance.
Isn't it too bad they didn't have that information at the meeting?
Well, they would have if the chief was allowed to speak.
Yes, I think so.
And they would have if the other one was allowed not to speak. Just saying.
So, there, and they also had consulted Paul Sanderson, and I do have that opinion, but
He's your
that's,
pal.
I guess it's a legal document that I can share, because they gave me a copy of it, that outlined some of their options which made no sense. It's just, well, don't run the ambulance. You can't do that.
So there's a good idea.
No, he's just saying that basically that's what, if you can't equip it and you can't pay to get the ambulance fees to collect the fees, then you can't provide that service.
That would be my luck to have a heart attack during that time.
Well, no, it's just,
So they'd
That
have
would
to
be my luck.
subcontract with some other
Wait for
ambulance
Franklin
service,
to come
obviously.
yeah, but they wouldn't be able, how would they pay for it?
All right, how do we
They
move
don't have the
forward?
authorization.
How do they move forward,
They took that
Joyce?
away.
Yeah, and then I would not
Not
purposely
to,
ask God
although
not
there's
to
no
let me
line
die so I
item
could
for
go
it,
and
is there?
fill them.
There's no line.
I asked the question very specifically
And the other
at
thing,
the meeting.
too,
This is not going to screw us over, is it?
Yeah.
Nope, nope, nope.
They can go through
And hey, it
try
screwed us
and
over.
find it within their existing budget, and they're going to try and do that. They're going to try and do that, but just they wanted to make sure that if they did exceed, that they had that authorization.
Or they
Because
could change their contract?
I don't know.
Of course they
Well,
could.
I don't know, I can't answer that.
I'm sure that company wants.
Well, no, they
support.
do, and I do have an email from their company saying that they're not allowed to do that, that they have to, because they don't cash the checks. They're just a collection agency that turns the checks over, and then the town pays them. Now, is there another company out there that may do that? I don't know that.
I don't know. They found a solution anyway. It's just a shame they weren't better prepared at that meeting. I don't think there were any questions they could answer. It was very
very
strange,
sad.
very strange meeting.
Yep.
Yes, it was.
Well, I
Yes.
know they were very concerned, they were very worried because
They should
they,
be, they didn't have answers. I mean, if you had been at the meeting, you would have been shaking your head. I mean, they didn't, there was not one commissioner that could answer a resident's question on what was the gross and what was the net. They couldn't answer it.
And the interesting thing was, there wasn't any vote of the legislative body to allow the chief to speak. Who made the determination he couldn't speak?
I didn't know he couldn't speak.
He asked the moderator to speak, and the moderator didn't recognize him. For what reason, I have no idea.
I missed that part.
Yes, we could have overruled that.
I would have said, hey, wait a minute.
We didn't know until
but
after the
Brad-
I
meeting.
thought he was
Speak,
quiet
Steve
because
Perry
he's a
could
new
always
guy.
speak.
He was
So I
just-
think it was just an oversight.
There was, yeah, he probably didn't.
I'm sure it was just
Who
an
was
oversight.
Empire Recycle?
Who's what? The one that owes us money, and we
I know, but who
they
is
keep
it?
telling us. It's a hauler.
It's one of the haulers.
It's a hauler.
The name is up on
It says recycle, but it's a hauler.
Did you not
Okay,
want to
that's-
sign that?
Okay, it's one of the commercial
It's a
haulers.
commercial hauler who has not paid their invoice.
No, and we've been far too good to them.
Well, that ceases.
When are they going to
Okay.
stop hauling?
Let's move on. It's 8 o'clock.
Okay, this is the one from Tilton that needs to be signed. I'm almost done.
This is the one from,
That says Tilton.
are we all signing the permit now? Are we all happy with it?
What permit?
The cut?
Yep.
Crap and sign.
Is that the guy over on Manville Road?
It's okay to
It's okay
sign.
to sign.
It's too late. He's cutting. He's cutting, if it's the same guy.
Until that's signed.
Yeah,
No, no,
okay.
he can cut.
Are we
He
gonna
can cut.
talk about this?
You just didn't go across the road.
He can't remove it.
Oh, he hasn't, yeah, he can't remove it.
You can cut.
He's cutting. He's got a truck there to remove it. He's just waiting on this.
Oh, so we need to have them send us a new form.
We need to talk about it, Joyce.
Okay, and then they can send us a new form.
Well,
We need to
that's what
talk
they
about
decide.
the forest warden. I had a conversation with Mike Robinson, as I told you.
Yeah, I saw that.
I also had a conversation with the chief, and Mike is willing to step up to the plate for a year until the chief gets more situated. The chief said whoever you want to appoint is fine with him. He was concerned with,
You don't want to sign that?
he was concerned that if you appoint someone else, the chief is able to designate deputy in allowing permits to happen at the station, so whether it be the captain or whatever can write the permits. But if you read the actual forest fire warden, RSA 227L7, an unorganized place under the recommendation of the forest ranger, the director shall appoint a forest fire warden and one or more deputy forest to have the same powers and the same duties as the forest fire. Or, the director may appoint a forest fire warden or deputy forest fire for 2 or more towns or parts of towns. So, in such towns, let me read it from the beginning. After investigation, the director shall appoint from the persons so recommended not more than one competent person in each town or city to be forest fire warden for the town or city, and such deputy forest fire wardens as the director deems necessary. So that forest warden can appoint deputies. So it's the same thing. We're not doing anything different. We're not holding anybody's hands, in other words, what I'm trying to say. So,
In a town, though, doesn't the fire chief automatically become the deputy?
Yes, it says, "In such towns or cities where the fire chief is not the appointed town or city forest fire warden, the fire chief shall be appointed as deputy forest fire warden. The director may appoint a forest fire warden or deputy forest fire warden for 2 or more towns or parts of towns." So yes, he gets to be the deputy, and then, a year from now, it will be mute because he'll know the territory and everything. So I feel very comfortable with appointing Mike Robinson as forest and the chief as deputy.
Works for me.
I think it's excellent.
We have something we need to sign to make that so.
I'll make a motion to do that.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Can we get a new form and,
Do you want one for the fire warden and one for the deputy fire warden?
No, the
Just fire warden.
commissioner will automatically appoint him.
There's a form here. Oh, the commissioner will automatically appoint the,
this one is filled in
Automatically.
already.
right, I have to get a new form, so
Right.
for
We'll
just the
appoint
fire warden.
Fire warden, and then he will appoint the deputy fire warden as the fire chief. Works out very, very well.
Get a new form.
Can we, all right.
That's Joyce's.
Can we cross
She
this
just
out?
sent her
Like
out to read it.
No, I'll have her send me a new one. And I'll
And then
put
we'll
it
sign
in
it.
the tray, and you
And
can,
we've already made the motion,
Yep.
she'll just put it in the tray and we can just sign it.
just a couple more things. Just quickly, I was reviewing the current year expenditures from admin, and I noticed that on dues, it was overexpended, and I looked at the expense report, and the NRRA annual association dues were charged to that, and they're normally budgeted for and charged in highway. So,
Is he going to correct that?
yeah, what I'll do is I'll do a request for transfer, moving that expense, and then we'll be fine, because there aren't any other charges coming out of that. So I just wanted to let you know that. Now, this is, May 17th is the cleanup day for our portion of the trail. What day is May 17th?
It's a Sunday.
Sunday? So, if it's, can I put that on our website?
The Saturday.
Saturday.
Saturday?
Yep.
Yep.
To advertise that? It's on Facebook, so I could just copy.
What are you advertising?
Sunday.
That any volunteers to come help with the cleanup, or the annual cleanup, bring
And
your
that's
rake shovel
organized by,
by the Winnipesaukee River Trail Association.
will any volunteers be indemnified if they get hurt?
Through the Trails Association.
I didn't know if they had that coverage. Okay.
Also, on the, how can I explain this? At the Northfield Town Meeting, Northfield had to have a warrant article to pay for the bridge and the trail project, because the cost overrun. And the Northfield voters adopted it, but they amended it saying that before they would sign it, that the Trails Association had to put up the 20% match now for the total project. And the Trails Association doesn't have the total match yet. They're still short $80,000 because the bridge came in at a ridiculous amount of money. So they got permissions from DOT to go forward with the project, but delay the actual bridge construction portion of it. That they'll keep the grant open, set that money aside until they can collect the rest of their 20%.
They have a target for that?
Yeah, as soon as they can.
Yeah.
So what they did is, on the part for just doing the trail, they have given the town of Northfield a check for the 20%, so they do have that, for that portion, so they can proceed. Because we need that DOT money.
The 80, where are you going to get the 80,000?
They're going to raise it.
Be lots of auctions.
Well, one of the things he's looking at is back on the, in the Northfield side in Franklin, there was a lot of discussion because the trail, we asked, can we move the rails and the ties, because it's in the abandoned part of the railway. And they said, yeah, okay, you can go ahead and move them. But we didn't move them, they just either went on top of it or went to the side of it. So they're looking into the possibility of being able to sell that steel.
I have a question.
According to Rick, he said that it's, because what happened, a lot of these groups throughout the country, this is one of the ways, on Rails to Trails, that's one of the ways they raise money.
How many miles of track do they have?
I don't know. This was just in a conversation that I had with Rick, saying that that was one of the options they were looking at.
80%,
80,000.
or 20% of the bridge is $80,000. That's
No.
$400,000 for the bridge?
Oh, it's more than that. The total project cost, and if I had my Northfield annual report, it's...
What kind of bridge are they putting in there, Joyce?
I don't know.
Looks just like the Brooklyn.
So, the good news is it's not holding up our project.
We haven't approved a design yet on that.
No, where's the bridge going to cross the river?
Oh, it's gonna,
It's
They
design.
said that we would,
At Peninsula Park?
Oh, they would help, they
Yeah.
would let us have input.
Right.
But we're not.
we haven't even had input on the design.
Yeah.
where it's
Yeah,
gonna
they were
land,
here, they were here and they showed you what the proposed landing was gonna be on the...
On the
They didn't show us the design of the bridge.
On Peninsula Park,
On the bridge.
down on the
I can get
point,
that
right?
for you.
They didn't say what it was going to look like.
Oh,
or,
I can give you
know,
that.
It could be really ugly, and we don't want it on our end.
Yeah, they said that we would have input on the design.
Right.
I can
Right
get
from the
that for
beginning,
you.
they said we would have input.
Do you know where it's gonna land?
Yep.
On the conservation piece that you just purchased.
On the point, down near the dam.
Going to be
Martin's
on
Hollow.
Martin's Meadow.
Okay.
When Rick
Oh, yeah,
met with the
that's right, 'cause he was
conservation...
asking about the walk, what type of walk you'd want going to it.
Right.
I think they did talk to the Conservation Commission
Yep.
about that,
Yep.
the approach walk.
All I'm
So-
concerned about is Ernie's garage is gone.
You designed it.
The other thing is,
Natural.
this is from Rick saying, "We had a successful meeting with the Northfield Select Board on Tuesday, April 8th. We're pleased to report that we answered all their questions, were able to get their approval to proceed with the trail-only option of Phase 2A of the Winnie River Trail development. We were not able to find all the required match or loans to guarantee the match to do the full build of the trail and bridge at this time. A check for the $98,520 match needed to do just the trail option was given to Northfield to assure that no town money would be expended in completing this phase of the project. The Select Board also signed the paperwork authorizing the construction engineering detail and permit work to begin. This also triggers the beginning of the drawdown of the federal grant dollars of $394,081 through the State of New Hampshire Department of Transportation. The WRTA appreciates the work of all our municipal, state, and local partners on this project and looks forward to exploring other grant and collaborative efforts for future phase of the trail. We will continue to raise funds for the match for the future phases." And then I spoke with Rip Patton and told him that we don't have to worry about bridge landing right now. That's not going to be on the Ernie's piece anyway. And he said that they're ready to go May 1st. They've got final approval to do their last cleanup. The state just approved their last scope of work, and I don't know if I've sent that to the board yet. And then what he said, when I said the Board of Selectmen at one of their last meetings said that they would go along with whatever the Conservation Commission wanted done. So now it's really up to the Conservation Commission and WRTA to sit down with Rip and say exactly what you want, because in May, he can start doing the rest of the landscaping. And also, he wanted to talk with you about how it would be easiest for him if the work was just, he would be the, he would go out and subcontract for the landscape architect.
Who's he?
Rip Patton.
Okay.
And the Conservation Commission, Selectmen, WRTA could say exactly this is what we want. And he could, rather than, it would cost too much money to just break it all up and put everything out to individual bid. If you can just keep it with Rip, because he's in there with his contractors moving the dirt around. So you can tell him where you want his contract to move the dirt around and where you want that to be landscaped and what you want to have planted.
So don't disturb a liner or So what it is?
Say what?
So don't disturb the liner.
Well, see, he's already going to have people there moving the earth, so you might as well have him,
Utilize
his guys to do that, but, and he would be more than happy to hire the landscape architect, and then you work with the landscape architect to get your design.
Is that surveyed, and the wires that go to that back house, is that a right-of-way over?
No, we talked about that,
Well, PSNH, do they have a deeded right-of-way to have those power lines over that property?
I don't believe I do.
That's
They
the
do.
question.
I don't believe they do.
That's going to involve putting those trees down that are dead.
Right, well, we've got to move them,
Yeah.
so they're going to have to
So-
move their wires anyway.
Then the other part of that is I found an RSA that I think requires them to at least remove the portion of the tree that's up within the wires so that we can remove them, the rest of it. So in other words, this is the dangerous part because of the wires, they get rid of it, we get rid of this.
They may end up just doing
They
the
may
whole
end
thing
up
while
taking the
they're
whole
there.
tree anyway.
So it's,
Well, I think there's two there. In fact,
Why is
these are the two.
the Trail Association going to be involved in choosing the landscape?
Oh, they aren't, just they're giving input,
Okay.
because
It'd make it easier if it was just the Conservation Commission, here's their
Talking
design.
with Rip,
You
right.
know,
Yeah.
we looked,
Oh,
yeah,
that's fine.
and, yeah, go ahead. I want it to be finished
Right.
quickly.
But they need to work with the Trails Association, because the trail has to be in a certain location,
Why?
because it's going to tie up with the bridge, and...
Well, just that end.
Right,
That's all what they need
Right.
to know.
well, to tie it back into the railroad right-of-way.
They know it needs to go from here, whatever it does in the park, and end up here.
first.
Yeah.
No,
They
you have
had
to do
several
me first.
designs that showed that anyway.
I know they discuss anything that requires zero maintenance, no bricks, no
Yep.
We love that.
just
We
Yep.
love that.
natural sort of.
So why don't we meet with Chuck and
Yeah,
ask him to come in and the Conservation Commission
yeah, Conservation Commission.
and see if Rip's
When are you
willing
meeting?
to
Week
come.
after next?
21st?
Why don't we go to their meeting?
Oh, the 21st, I don't know.
This is of April?
April 21st.
Monday.
I know I won't be
Get that
there.
right, Joe?
I got it right this time, yeah.
What time do they meet?
7?
Do you want to go there, or do you want to have Rip and Chuck meet here with us?
Well, I wanted to talk to the whole Conservation Commission, not just
Well,
one
I mean, we
member.
can invite the whole oh, some can't come during the day.
Right,
I
but we know
No,
they're,
it's at night now.
but we know they're going to be there.
Yeah, I know we spent some time discussing
What
what we
you would
wanted,
like.
and it's in the minutes. You know,
Okay.
I talked to Eliza and see if that's, and Chuck, and see if it is, and then maybe just go ahead if you're going to be there during the day.
We can go Monday night. Maybe Rip will meet us the 21st.
But the Conservation Commission members definitely need a heads up.
Well, because we can, after May 1st, they're going to be back in there, so we can start,
Oh, they're going to be in there May 1st?
they're hoping to remobilize May 1st to do the rest of the soil remediation through that's being paid for by the State's Petroleum Fund. So that's good news.
We should go the 21st and let him know.
Is that like they're gonna
should
do the,
know
do the
now.
parking area? and-
Yep, the trail, the parking
They
area.
should know now.
I'll
so
go
that
check
they can-
Talk some more about
Okay, so they
the,
can compile whatever they have.
Especially if they got equipment and
I was
rocks.
looking
where
for
we're
them.
going to
Keep
put the
people from
landing
driving
for the
on
kayak.
rocks where-
Yeah,
What
So
happened
that's
to
going to
our
require
design?
permitting.
and like rocks or whatever to keep people from pulling in
Yep.
where they
don't-
shouldn't
you want
be at.
rocks?
or-
Yeah, they decided they want to have large rocks
Yeah,
going across the front northerly form.
Along Route 3.
So
yeah, yeah.
I've got two more
I'll let
things.
I'll let,
Yeah, I'll call.
do you
I know
call
where the
Chuck
pile-
tomorrow
Call
morning?
Chuck tomorrow morning.
Okay, good. All right, then I'll do it.
Yeah, this all just happened with yesterday and
I
today.
think there should be something that's
Okay,
better
just a
than
quick question. In the minutes last week, it was talking about
Shrubs.
notify someone about removing their hazardous trees on Silver
Yes.
Lake Road, but I need to know who that is.
We don't know.
I don't know yet.
Whereabouts on,
It's either a
Catherine
Church
found a
Street
statue.
property, or a River Road property, or a Silver Lake property, and I haven't ascertained where exactly the property line is.
Joe's house.
I'll go down and look.
Okay.
Do you own any property down in there, Kevin?
Not that far down. Mine ends up just on your side of the post office.
Yeah.
The cemetery.
No, the cemetery's on the other side of the road.
wetlands, there's a post office that it crosses and there's a wetlands there.
That's
But
mine.
if you go down, yeah, all right, if you go down on the other side of my house across the street, there's a wetlands
Yep.
there behind the River Road property, beside the Silver Lake property, and I'm not sure exactly where the property line runs. I gotta look at the tax map or whatever, and I just haven't done it.
Okay. All right. And then the only other thing I have is I spoke to Scott Meyer, he's the city manager in Laconia. If you remember, a couple weeks back, they were being sued because they sold some property that the owners discovered that they had lead, and there's problems. But he said that all happened back in 2007.
At Liberty Hill.
And it wasn't the town, it was the library trustees, and the library trustees didn't have the authority to sell the property. And so there's a lot of other things in there that happened, so, but, and I also contacted the local government center, Christine
How does that
Fillmore,
affect us?
16 Prospect.
Say that again?
What does
16
that have to do with us selling Prospect
Oh,
Street?
because the house was built in 1875, are we protected for anyone coming back on the town? And I sent Christine our terms, auction sale terms and conditions, where it's
Yes.
talking about as is, where is,
Yeah.
and all that good stuff. And this is from, so Christine cited the law, and she said we might just want to beef up our terms and conditions.
Lead
It says, so
paint.
my advice is to add the notification to your standard notice and be sure to have the buyer sign an acknowledgement of the receipt of the notice and have that signature notarized as part of the sale documents.
There you go. Nice job.
Because on the other one we did sign a notice, but that was for the auctioneer. And that was part of the documents that were on
As is,
display.
Right, okay. And how are we doing on getting that cleaned out?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Nice choice.
So are we gonna go up to auction in June or May?
We can still do it in May. We can still do it in May.
Okay, believe it when I see it. All right, I'm gonna pass this down for others to read it.
They all have a copy. Is that the lead paint thing?
No.
Oh, and that's all I have.
This is the
Here you go, Jim.
All right,
Okay.
now,
Is this my stuff?
Yeah, that's all yours.
we have a letter from, a resident, but actually a manager, to whom it may concern. It is
Was that trash bags?
It is brought to my attention that 10 people in my building at 276, but it's really 272, Main Street, cannot afford the purple trash bags. These people are on Social Security and welfare, and fixed income is hard enough. My landlord, Ron Dezina, wanted to know if we could get a discount on trash bags. Thank you for your understanding. Signed by the manager. And, it's an apartment complex down here in Main Street.
Would that be referred to Heather?
You know, I have two schools of thought on that one, and I can share both of them, even though you don't ask.
I'm asking.
One is, they have to be able to afford a trash bag to put the trash out anyway, right now.
Or a trash can.
Even before, they can't just dump trash in a trash can because they won't pick it up, it's gotta be in a bag. Even before Paige's Law, you couldn't dump it in just the bucket, they won't pick it up. No,
I never used a trash bag.
they never picked it up, ever.
I never used a trash
They
bag.
never,
Okay, so then,
they have to pay for the bag, whether it's white, blue, pink, or whatever.
people downtown don't use cans, so they were paying for bags.
Right. So what is $1 to pay for one bag each week?
Okay?
Well, if they were truly recycling,
That's correct.
And how about your other school of thought? You said you had 2 thoughts on this.
Out of the 13 apartments there's probably 10 of them that smoke.
Okay, I know where you're going with this.
I think $1 for one trash bag a week. I'm not, I get it if we send them to Heather and they qualify for benefits and so on and so forth, I get that.
Then so be it.
So be it.
We have a means-tested way of dealing with those kind of issues.
If they don't, then, just like everyone else, we do with something else, do without something to make do with that. I can't see, we do for one, we're going to be doing for all the other ones.
Means-tested. We have a way of dealing with that.
It has to be equitable.
Right.
Absolutely, and they come in.
There's people that are disabled that have very little, there's people that have nothing, and they're doing it.
Mhm. We all make choices every day, and anybody, and I've said it before we even started this, anybody who truly couldn't afford the bags, there has to be a process. We have a process. They come in and they fill out the paperwork. It's completely, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidential, and there's provisions to be made for that.
There's an awful lot of paperwork for the welfare department for $1 trash bag.
And true enough, but it is what it is. And if they qualify, hallelujah. And those, I'm telling you, my phone number is 630-3336. Anybody who can't afford a trash bag, call me. I'll give you a trash bag.
No.
I would. You heard me say it.
I think that we need to write a letter back to the manager.
There.
It's
that one,
It's that
yeah.
house.
Because this is me.
I think we need to write a letter back to
And
the manager.
this is your boundary.
Yeah.
Which was right across from
Yeah,
theirs.
this is the White House,
And
this is Pete Spears, and this is the...
Let them know that
So it
there's
belongs
a
to them.
process
Okay.
that each individual has to file with, if they can't afford the bags, that they can go in and put in an application with the welfare director.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they have to make do, try to make it work with what they've got. And I think that letter has to go to the manager first. There's, the process, and if that doesn't work, then we'll go from there.
Maybe perhaps if you get some information on the sheets that tells them what they can recycle, and they might realize that they
Joe can
maybe
go
aren't
over and
doing
give them all a lesson on what can be recycled.
Absolutely. Anybody who wants that information, it's on the website. There's a lot of...
May not be able to afford computers.
We have pizzas, it's got a calendar with
To update that calendar.
okay, well, we should do that right quick. We're having a meeting on the 22nd of the Recycling Committee. We'll have a new updated calendar and a list of what is and is not recyclable, and I'll have them downstairs and we may have some down there right now. But I can't guarantee that for a fact. We did have some in the little slots there in front of the counter at the town clerk. So, the information is available, and I will make sure that anybody who needs it gets it.
Do you know if he gets mail there?
The manager? No, I don't, but I would send it to the manager that signed it.
Okay, then I need that mail.
It's right down there. The other thing I have to bring up, last night at the fire commission's meeting, I did say that I would take it back to the selectmen. They have quite a lot of surplus, old equipment that they're donating to the auxiliary, and they would like to go into the yard sale so that the auxiliary could earn, trade that in for some money, some cash, and they would like to waive the $5 fee.
I will bring it up at the meeting on the 22nd, but I'm pretty sure we can arrange that.
But isn't it on the 25th? When is the yard sale?
The yard sale's the 25th.
Oh, 22nd, like that, okay.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
So it would be a recycling decision?
It would be a recycling decision, but I can't speak for the recycling committee. I just can't. I can pay the $5.
For $5 fee.
I would pay the $5.
When is your recycling?
The 22nd.
No, the chief said he'd pay it, but
I'll pay it. I will pay it. I mean, it's like, but I can't speak for the recycle committee and say we'd waive the money.
$5.
There you go, Joyce.
No decision. Don't you need a decision? It's the $5.
I just can't speak for it, you know.
$5, I'll pay.
Wait a minute. The Board of that committee is advisory to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen has the authority to waive that fee.
Pay the fee.
They know.
Wait a minute. The Board of Selectmen can waive the fee.
That's why I asked you the
I make a motion to waive the $5 fee for, what was the name of the? Second.
Women's Auxiliary Fire.
There you go.
auxiliary fire.
Somebody say second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What about discussion?
We just waived it.
discussion.
I'm all set.
Okay.
$5.
What is going on tonight? It's like when my first thought was, oh, well, the committee, it's like I can't speak for, wait a minute. We just advised the board, and I will tell them.
I don't see anything written here, beat up the chair tonight.
I will,
Is it on my back?
it's written right across your forehead. Whoa. We can all see it.
Vortex now, because you're in the
This
center.
sitting in the middle is not, the heat's on. I don't like it. Okay, so we took care of that, and now we have selectmen's reports before we go into a non-public, and
Non-public?
I really do want to take the time to thank all of the selectmen for going to the volunteers the other day, and I'm sorry I was sick. I very rarely, actually, that's the second one in 5 years.
I was sad to you were sick, too sick to go, and I'm like, how sick
But
could she
I really
be?
think-
The sickest she ever saw you, she says.
I really want to thank all the selectmen for being there. It was
Awesome job.
It went good, everybody had a great time, and the ladies out front, we all split real quick, but I went in to teach a class the next day, and they were all, how wonderful it was, and how smooth it was, and Denise was like, I couldn't even sleep the night before, and oh my gosh, I was so nervous, and there was nothing to be nervous about. It's like, Al and I had it covered pretty much.
It was fun. I wish I could have stayed longer.
Right.
Went fine.
That's great. That's great, so thank you. That's all I have for this selectmen.
And Al, if you ever need a dishwasher and you don't have one, I can vouch for Al, the best I have ever seen.
Did you take off of my job?
Joe did it.
Actually, I was the one who did the dishes.
When I came in, he was doing it. You
That's because I
No, Al was putting them away. I rinsed them and put them in the machine and turned it on and put them on the counter, and I'll put them away.
let's not advertise that Al does dishes, because at home he doesn't do dishes.
Okay, next,
Going
reports
to.
for the selectmen.
Next,
Okay, Selectman Jessman, you will notice in the FYI file that there's a set of co-op documents that are going to be voted on next Thursday. Now, I explained this to you all last week. Nothing has changed about those newest and latest documents, but there is one single line item that is contentious, and that is the $107,000 to $166,000 line item for supplemental insurance for the two employees in excess of 20 years with the co-op. It was originally funded in 2009. There's approximately $70,000 in that fund for this purpose, and they're saying that we should retain upwards of $166,000 because the Affordable Care Act isn't affordable, and for these employees. There is at least one larger municipality that seems to disagree, and there's going to be a vote on Thursday night. And if I'm going to that, I need to know how the Board of Selectmen votes, and if Dennis is going in my place because I'll be here, either way, he'll have to know how the Board of Selectmen votes. So are we in favor of continued funding the supplement insurance for the 2 long-term employees, or no?
I am.
Consensus?
It's health insurance?
It's health insurance. 2 employees and 1 spouse. We've been paying their insurance all along for the last 20 years. That one particular line item that came up in 2009 was toward the supplemental insurance after everything is closed down and they're retired and they
Oh, to pay them when they
to
retire?
pay for the supplemental insurance once they have retired, beyond Medicare.
Are you talking about the medical subsidy
Yes,
to Medicare? Because New Hampshire retirement doesn't pay it.
that is correct.
Okay, now I know what you're saying. And it's 116,000?
166,000 for the life of the anticipated life of the individuals involved. Now, that's
Not a
big-
year.
No, no, no.
Okay.
No, that's a one-time expenditure. It's a one-time expenditure into a fund that would then pay the benefits to, and it's figured till the age of 85.
When they were hired, were their expectations, or even halfway through their career, were their expectations that they would get health insurance when they retired? Their supplemental?
I don't think it ever came up. In 2009, it came up.
Oh, probably, because
And they
that's...
said yes in 2009?
And they've appropriated it every year since. In 2009, and they've appropriated a like amount every year. We've voted it that way, and the entire co-op has voted to fund that line item every year.
When are they due to retire?
The woman, God, and she just kicked me right in the ass. Jean, and she will kick me the next time I see her. Jean retires at the end of 2014. Jim Pressure will be retiring sometime in 2015. He'll be working on a part-time basis as the on-site inspector during the actual shutdown, because we'll need somebody there to make sure that the 12 inches of sand that's supposed to go over the pile of ash, the proper thickness of liner is there, and then the proper depth of the loam. We didn't have people on site. Our sand that was supposed to be on top of the ash isn't. That's an extra expense. And our loam pile, because it was half a dozen different contractors, we can't say who, but it's not loam, not the quality of organic material that is required to seal this thing, and now we have to buy loam. Which is not to say that the loam pile can't be used for some things, but we have to buy like $50,000 worth of loam to cover this thing.
It's just the 2 of those?
Pardon?
It sounds like a single plan and a 2-person plan
There's a single and a family.
on a family.
There's 2 people, Jim and Jean. Jim is married, or Jean is married. I'm not sure which one is married, but
It's a single and a family plan.
that's correct.
Follow a motion?
We haven't made a motion yet. We're talking about how do we want our representative to vote on that particular issue. Well, I think we're pretty well set with the rest of it. There's $1 million coming back to the co-op in general. Some people, the phase 1,
Before you go on to that, what was the consensus of the board, how you would vote?
I would vote to fund the insurance because they have that expectation. In addition, if we short them,
You're one, I say vote. You said you're
I don't
not
know.
sure. John, you're against.
I'm going to abstain on that.
Okay, you understand.
I don't know too much about
I don't know if you can abstain, John. What happens is our vote, if we vote no and the co-op votes no, there will be a lawsuit. Now we have to fund the lawyer, and they have an expectation of insurance they've had since 2009, and we voted for it every
I
time.
asked that question a few
Go ahead.
minutes ago.
Yes, and I said yes.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I couldn't tell you off the top
Okay.
of my head right now what the medical subsidy is, but as soon as someone turns age 65, then they would go to just the Medicare supplemental insurance,
Part
which is
B.
not that expensive. And if they don't do the prescription plan, I think right now, it's like $250 a month. But I just did the quick math. If you take 2 people times 250 a month times 20 years, that's why it sounds like a lot, but
And if they were all to
Actual
die in
value.
2016, the money gets
chances
dispersed
are
back
that
to
amount
us.
won't be.
And hopefully, nobody's going to die in 2016, but, I mean, it's,
New employees?
no.
Okay,
No,
so
no.
there's going to be no more deals.
They had 2 employees, they've had 2 employees in excess of 20 years.
Last 4.
Yeah.
I'm yes.
Okay, so,
All right, now the next thing.
okay, the Phase 2 communities, which are the ones that are going to continue to bring their trash to the incinerator, don't get their part of that $1 million. It goes into an operating fund because we need money to pay the bills, and that's our reserve. And then they're going to disperse $3.5 million to all of the communities based on tonnage. Our share will be $137,000, I think, and $130-something thousand. They were going to disperse $3 million, and we talked them into the extra $500,000, so that's $20,000 extra for us. We will receive part of a $211,000 payment. The ash credit's coming in two batches. We'll get our 4% share of the $211,000 in May, and then at the end of the year, we'll get the calculated tonnage ash back. Now, it's a long, drawn-out explanation. I explained it last, the ash going to Massachusetts, and, all right, that's where the $211,000 comes from. They're going to pay us our share of that in May, once the contracts are signed, and then end of the year, they calculate the tonnage that has actually gone to the ash landfill, and we receive February or something like that, 2015, the rest of the ash credit. In 2017, we'll have a much better grip on what it's cost to close the landfill, and there'll be a disbursement at that time according to how much did the sand cost, how much did the loam cost, did they run into unforeseen problems, did the leachate ease up. We've got right now, 15,000 gallons a day of contaminated water comes out of that ash landfill, and it all has to be treated.
That's a lot of soap.
That is a lot of soap. And it all has to be treated, and so far, even though part of it's capped, it hasn't abated. And characteristically, with the other 2 that we have in the state, it falls off relatively quick, but so far, it hasn't fallen off at all. So we've kept enough money, just in case, for the next 12 months, it doesn't fall off. And then we'll have to address that again. But if it does, then we get a sizable check in 2017 as well. There's a $1.5 million piece of property sitting behind the incinerator in Pennacook. We own 4% of that property. So at such time, right now, we're sitting on it. The real estate market being what it is. If we sell it, we paid 1.5 and we might get 1 for it, that kind of thing. So unless there's a big hue and cry to sell that piece of property at a loss, at some time in the future, we'd get our share of that as well. So that pretty much does the whole co-op thing. And I think that pretty much sums up my discussion for today.
I think that's dead.
All right.
I handed out my reports.
Building repair fund, capital reserve fund, and name the selectmen as agents to
Done
expend.
pretty good this
Yeah.
month.
We need to fix that heat before.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good.
Office,
actually.
home,
All together for fees.
sign,
Wow, I guess.
Yeah. We're moving right along.
interior, deck, electric, nice.
Moving right along.
Things are happening.
Things are happening in town.
And Catherine has her report right here in the FYI.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
Let me see your report.
I didn't see any new starts, though.
You what?
I only saw 1 new start. Nope, this is,
We have projects coming up too,
There's the second one.
so,
Only 2 new homes?
yep. There's a bunch of trailers going in behind Walmart soon. So,
John, do you have anything for us?
Yes, the Budget Committee has elected Wayne Brock as the chairman last night, and we also elected a vice chair. When
She doesn't know it, you know.
She left the room. Did you know that
She
you
left the
got?
room.
Congratulations, Jane.
We forgot to tell her, too. But
That happens every time to me.
she had to go downstairs. So Jane's a vice, and also there will be no meeting of the Budget Committee in July.
Right.
In May, we're going to meet at the police station.
That's what I heard that too, John.
Okay, and in June at the Public Works, to this, and we're off to the new budget year. And that's it.
Catherine?
Not unless you want to hear about skunks and garbage.
Nope.
Prefer not. I leash my dogs now at night when we go out.
White Rock Skunks.
No.
They're bugs.
Any more business to come before us in a public session?
I know of a trapper.
Make a motion with your
No,
No,
A name of a
public, what do you
trapper.
gotta do?
public.
Oh, no, I shoot them on my property.
Non-public.
there's no second to that,
No,
unfortunately.
the interesting part is most of the calls for
See you in a few minutes.
skunks and raccoons have been, how do I keep them out of my yard?
Make a motion that we go into non-public as per RSA 91A:3, personnel,
Second.
roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Make sure your neighbors are doing exactly what you are to keep them out of your yard.
Yes, I mean, that's,
Otherwise,
And we're red. I make a motion that we
Seal the minutes.
seal the minutes of the non-public session as they pertain to personnel for eternity.
second.
all those in favor?
Yes, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Yeah.
Non-debatable. Non-debatable.
And we're done.